got this one life, just got this one life. I'd like to think that it would go on forever, but I've got just one try. Yeah, I've got this one try. I remember when we were kids, you lost your parents, I heard the hymns. I swore that day that I would love you forever, if those were my last words, if those were my last words. I might never be a captain on a yellow submarine.
I might never be an actress on a giant silver screen,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we'll grow old with me. When we grow old, we'll grow old with me. You've got this one light that shines all my life.
Just like a rose blooming out from this desert.
Oh, I saw these two eyes.
Yeah,
I saw your two eyes. I might never be a singer who's been knighted by the queen.
I might never be a model in a fashion magazine,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we'll grow old with me. When we grow old, we'll grow old with me. Sound as people dance from your window, if you see an Irish band, and there I stand, guitar in hand, asking for my love if I could be a man. And it's all when we grow old with me.
I'm fed up with changes. Come pick me up, cause I just wanna see the light. I wanna be weightless. Teach me to fly, I won't be coming down. Could somebody wake me up? I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. Yeah. I just see her face wherever I look. She's standing in the crowd. I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, let a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. Cause I just wanna see the light. sick of waiting and getting too restless to be in this dusty town. I've heard of this place where people forget and you get another try. So come open up my door. I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. I won't see your face wherever I look. I'm blinded by the light. So let go. I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, died a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. 'Cause I just wanna see the light. Yeah, I just wanna see the light.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun,
now unportabilize second loan against the commitment time ever made to another person.
Chatto, it's Tuesday. Coming up today on Building a Nation with Treaty United, there are 3 Irish sides in the Champions League knockouts. We are one of them. Can we go all the way, and can we take our Irish compatriots with us? In other news, Europa League action is very much on the card. Some tough draws for the Irish teams. Can they go one step further and finally crown their own piece of European glory? All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Treaty United. And we're dancing. It's the butterfly stroke version. That looks kind of weird, doesn't it? That just... Ow, that one hurt. I've got to stop doing that. I'll tear all the rotator cuffs. Oh, that one hurt a lot, actually. I mean, how do I turn that down? Oh, Irish... It did. It just tripped me a teensy little bit of OK string. I'll take that. If anything, I feel like I'm that weird Viscount and the mint-flavoured one, you know? That dancing is dangerous, man. It is. It's genuinely... I can't think of dangerous things I could do in this room. Dancing is probably certainly up there, I would say. Oh, that was a solid one. It's been the best one for a while, I would say. Same energy. Oh, dear Lord.
Baby. Ooh.
Oh, you can't see it. Shit. Why is it not showing up? God damn it. I can't... Why is... There we go.
18 months, that's the Twitch babies.
Holy shit. Firstly, Aaron, what the fuck? Why is it go? There we go. Aaron, thank you very much for the 22 months during the intro. Disassociative me, thank you for the 9 months as well. And Rob Mack with the double of that, which is 18. Maths in the morning. Oh, you'd have to see it. Thank you very much, friends. Yeah, there was quite a lot of weird shit going on Saturday. Basically, I went for a bathroom break and someone subbed at the exact right moment and it switched my BRB screen back to empty chair stream. Nugget, thank you for the 13 months, my friend. Hope you're having a great morning or afternoon or evening or wherever you are at this point in time. Pog basically took over the stream for a little while and it all went a little bit... I'm going to just turn that off because that's starting to embarrass my soul in multiple ways. Oh, dearie me. Oh, God, where do we even start, my friends? I was just... Literally, it's been a weird morning. I woke up really late, which is why I didn't get a run in today. So I'm now currently rocking the running shorts. But because it's cold, I'm also rocking, like, socks that are quite high up my calves. And it looks a little bit odd, I'll be honest with you. In addition to that, because of all that, my morning's been sort of thrown off massively. And I was sat there looking at a calendar obsessively, trying to work out how many streams I've got left in FM22. And how many Nordic Nomads episodes there are to try and work out how I wrap things up in the correct way. And James Miller with the 9 months now. Thank you very much, my friend. I hope you're well. At least you stepped in, I suppose. I'd honestly rather not, though. I don't like sleeping in on days when I'm working. It's bad for me. Oh, thank you, Ohusby. I saw that you'd put something in the Twitch chat because I always had that open. So I saw it and I was like, that's another code used. You'll love to see it. Thank you very much, friend. True. But thanks to Pog, we do indeed, as you say, have Pog Podinova, who genuinely, basically, for those who missed on Saturday, I was on a scouting screen when I fucked off, and chat got M to pick a player for us to sign, and this was the player. Turned out to be really, really good. So we can't really go wrong with that, can you? These were Crocs to complete the outfit. Oh, you want to see it? You want to see the fucking... So it's pretty standard so far. Hoodie, but then... Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. That right there is some... Please do try to contain yourselves, friendos. Better scout than me. I mean, yeah, clearly. Oh, yeah, that's right. I have my socks pulled right up. How much did Pog... Oh, this is the best part. £48,000. And honestly, had I been paying more attention and not been sat right there, we probably could have got him even cheaper than that, because there was like a... That was their full asking price. Wasn't even looking at the socks. Oh, you haven't seen my highly fluorescent shorts before? Yeah, that new youth player, Young Dean, goddamn, I wish I could show you. Just to come back from saying, I've done nothing yet. I wear these on days when I forget to run in the morning. That way I have no excuse for doing it after stream. Young Dean is absolutely insane. I honestly wish I had a screenshot I could show you right now. Because if those of you that missed it in Nomads last night, we got probably the best youth intake player I've ever seen. Oh, Bay Hudson. Manajal, thank you so much for the follow. Right, this is him. Hopefully you can see this properly. Let me just... get rid of that. This guy. Just make sure I'm not covering too much. This was our reward from our youth intake yesterday. Look at the state of his attributes. I've never seen anything like it. He was just insane. That one goalkeeper. Nah, this guy is just... He's 16. Look at the... I would honestly think he's like... If he was 22 and had these attributes in that... Honestly, in our Rebru side, I'd be signing him. The fact that he's 16, the personality worries me a little bit, but he's got high enough determination. I think he's going to be insane. I think, yeah, he doesn't even come close. He's just... It's mental, isn't it? Like, we just... The thing is, we already knew that we were going to be getting a DM prior to that, because when we look at the Youth Intake preview page, we were getting a DM at that point as well. I don't know if that's before or after we started using the RPM. Go out from York one day and turn up at Man City. Oh, for sure. Like Bay said, in the... When we do the looking forward, I guarantee this guy's been one of the first people that we look up. Brainbox, thank you so much for the follow. He's just a little bit ridiculous, isn't he? He's okay, I guess. Homegrown too. The homegrown thing is actually more important. I mean, the fact that he's outrageous is also more important, but the fact that he's homegrown is now going to allow me to sign a non-homegrown goalkeeper, because I think Daenerys has been holding us back massively that season, because the first time I bring Makichek back in, he keeps 2 consecutive clean sheets. Didn't have a lot to do, but he did it, you know? Mental. Oh, if we could just find a guy like that in this save. Like... I don't know, Manuel Jizzy, for example. But this is the thing. People were mentioning Jizzy in the comments. When you actually look at his attributes, Jizzy's very good. But he's not even on the same level as the Orebru guy. Just insane. I know, I hate it. It's like the game knows that the cycle's coming to an end. It's like they've pushed a little cheeky up there in the background. It's like, now you're going to get good youth intakes. How do you feel about that? Yeah, he's not okay. He's fantastic. Sazmaz, the skin master himself. Thank you very much for the 9 months, my friend. How's it going? How's the skinning life? That sounds strange, doesn't it? Makes you sound like you're just cutting vegetables in the background and whatnot. Physical's holding back. Jizzy certainly do, yeah. Do you know him? I don't know if we're going to find him, but let's give it a try anyway, eh? Poe. Got to get this right. First, I want to see if anyone keep... Okay, so teams are still coming up. Okay, lots of Polish sides. World Cup best player. All right, good to see it. We're still going. Oh, we got close. We actually got further into that than I was expecting we did. They did. They did play their first legs. I'll explain what happened in that one. Because basically after stream, I was going to put it in the Discord, but then I just forgot I was even going to do that, and then I ended up playing Rocket League with Mikey. So I went up and did that much, much later in the day. But yeah, I'll quickly show you what happened. They did not get good draws. That's what I will say. We could have got a lot better than that. Oh, and a Harold Bishop Ultra. We'll get to that in a sec. Actually, what I'll do is I'll put it on the screen. That way I don't forget for you, Marco. You'll see who they got. Villarreal and Bose. They got a 1-1 draw away in the first leg, but unfortunately, Shamrock drew Juventus. That was Shamrock's reward for winning their Europa League group, was Juventus in the next round. Not a lot we can do. I think the Bose result is good. Away result at Villarreal is solid, but that they've had it. And look at some of the teams they could have got as well. I mean, they could have also got Liverpool, I suppose, but yeah, not spectacular on that one, unfortunately. Hey, Martini. Whenever I scout a player and they lose their 5-star potential, I always discard. So, yeah. No, good example of this, Martini. I don't know if you were here about 5 minutes ago when I showed that Podinov guy. He was not 5-star potential when we signed him. He was scouted lower than that. So it can change. You do have to be careful. I tend to just use it as a rule of thumb. But that's why I tend to keep the guys that have got a little bit off of the half-star. And I sometimes find that they come back as well. Potentially, anyway. Oh, God, what's this? Well, the morning's off to an excellent start, my friends. That's all I can say. Bay very much earning his title as Meme Master General there. Jesus Christ. So, for those of you who are unaware, Ed Gein was a serial killer who... Well, notorious serial killer who, well, you can kind of infer the rest from serial killer and the bit above the text there. I think we can all agree. Oh, dearie me. Lordy Lord. Oh, Shamrock win 4-0, then fair play to them. Right, okay, that's enough of that. Let's Harold Bishop this one up, right? Right, where's my button? I'll give you 5 seconds. You know what to do, chat. I don't need to entertain this. We do a 5 and a 4 and a 3 and a 2 and a 1 and a go.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
True words, never spoken. I've just noticed something. Mr. King Wrench here has left Liverpool. One of our favourite lookups over the last several years of this save. He's no longer at Liverpool. Was it a free transfer? Okay. What the hell? This man has 62 England caps at the age of 34. He's been around the block, made 434 league appearances, and not once in his career has he actually moved for a transfer fee. That's kind of mad. Free to Celtic, free to Liverpool, free to Lyon. Oh, recreate Afro's hard stabbing in my kitchen. Honestly, were I to have a camera set up worthy of setting up something like that, I'd be totally on board with it. At one point, I was honestly thinking of doing a forfeit at one point that would see me make an FM-themed country song. So, I'm not above these weird things. I feel like this is my... Oh, no. What's happened? It's very, like, hi, hungry, I'm dad, isn't it? But I'm fine with that. God save the King Wrench, damn straight. Man is both regal and also useful in a mechanic shop. Very important. Yeah, oh yeah, and just think of all the signing on fees. My man moving to Celtic probably got a massive one. To Liverpool, huge signing on fee there, I suspect. He got 10 goals for Liverpool that season as well, which is insane. Hey, Harry. Hello, everybody. Welcome aboard. He was a serial killer who enjoyed modding FM. In it. Very true. Probably not Flying Dutchman. Well, actually, I say probably not. I wouldn't be opposed to the idea because people love Nomads. It's probably been the most successful series in terms of like actual long-term series I've had on Football Manager since, honestly, since the days of Pompey and Wimbledon in terms of viewer numbers through to the very end, which is insane. So really happy with that. Wouldn't be next year. It might be like an FM24 thing potentially. I'd have to change storylines and stuff because I was out running on Sunday morning, and I had an idea for Blue Star, and I think it's going to be the thing that makes it go from, oh, that's quite solid, to, oh, this is going to be really fun. So that's exciting. More on that later on. Just a normal spanner. He's no ordinary spanner. Absolutely not. So, with that in mind, oh, my apologies. Sky Sports. I didn't watch it at all. I was working yesterday. No bank holiday for moi. I was making that Nomads video. I did kind of stop a little bit early. I probably could have worked more into the afternoon yesterday, but I took a quarter bank holiday, if you like. Did I see that it was on Sky Sports F1 at one point as well? Like, I swear I saw something on TikTok how they were airing it on Sky Sports F1, because I saw a thing and it was just that, but it had the F1 theme tune over the top of it, and that cracked me up. It's probably not true, but that would be funny if it was. It was basically on every channel I could conceivably see. Oh. Yeah, the problem with doing it like a Balkan one or like that is that you have more countries probably, and therefore it becomes slightly more logistically difficult. It's what you would... True. Drives faster than Latifi. Get her in a Williams. That's what you need. Playing the Emoji Movie. Channel 5 know how to meme. Oh yeah, for those of you that did miss Saturday's stream, we're actually in a really good spot with the other Irish sides too. Dundalk won against Barcelona from 2-0 down. Sligo drew 2 all the way at Bayern Munich from 2-0 up. Admittedly, they actually threw away the lead. Point is, we've actually got a really strong chance today at 3 Irish sides in the quarterfinals, because I think Sligo are good enough to win the home game. And I don't know about Dundalk. Like, I reckon Dundalk lose this game like 4-0 or something just out of nowhere. So that's something. Got interrupted by minutes on NFL. That's just strange. I actually forgot about the minute silence thing at 8 p.m. I didn't find out that that was a thing until yesterday. Yeah, absolutely, Sazmash. Do crack on. Because I like the chat having involvement in this, because the problem is when you ask me, it's only my opinion, and I realise that I'm a pretty niche use case when it comes to FM, whereas I feel like Chatto, albeit still quite a niche in the grand scheme of things, but probably crowdsourcing things is just way better in it. Some wash and broken an ankle. Qualifying's over. Oh, thank you, Rowan. That's super kind. Welcome in, my friend. I take it we're talking about nomads. I'm so glad that I made the changes I did. One thing you might see next year is, and I realise this will maybe be a little bit tiny bit confusing at first, but it'll still be playlists and all that sort of stuff, is that the episode names will not be they'll be formatted very differently. So they'll be formatted, there won't be like Blue Star to All Stars episode 1. None of that will be in the thumbnail or FM. None of that. It's just going to be titles, because I feel like it's much cleaner, and it will still be in playlist format and everything. The thumbnails will have enough similarity to them that you'll be able to track that, but I think it's just better for YouTube basically now. YouTube, it'll have to, Flying Dutchman. I reckon it could take up the entirety of the FM23 cycle on YouTube, given that it's only 3 videos a week. Although I do get through quite a lot in them, so there is an element of that too. Maria is a Champions League final. That's pretty soon, actually, I'd say. My friend's mum is called Maria. Never worked out how to solve that problem. Hello, Michael. How's it going, my friend? Norwegian as well. Oh, which club are you managing? Oh, God. FM Therapy, mate. That was my favourite podcast. One of my favourite podcasts ever. Up there with the ones I've done with Diz. It's just, that was so much fun. Tony and Rich are brilliant. They made me feel funny, which is impossible. Oh, dear. Right. I think I did already set the lineup up for this one. It's just my assistant's trying to claim that we haven't. So Boggy's injured, so Sal will have to come in. This should be straightforward, right? Wins everything before we get to the Premier League. Then they do. That's kind of like a... So basically, really, it's about the story that we're going to be telling. All right, so I'll explain how this is going to work. But also, that's just sort of like a goal rather than like a requirement, if you like. It'd be something. It gives us like a goal to aim for, to see how many of those different trophies we can win before Newcastle. I bet you we have a chance at winning the Football League trophy before Newcastle do. Watch their under-21s win it or something. So basically, you know, I said I was going to do it like Footballers' Wives or like Dream Team in the style of the story stuff. I realised that was going to be very difficult to implement because of stock footage and stuff, and being able to tell a story through VO wouldn't be near as funny through that. However, it's going to be documentary style with lots of talking heads, which means that most of the story will be told through either me talking to a camera or the players talking to an interviewer. And I think that would be a way better way of actually telling the stories of the things going on at the club, basically. That's the plan. Bango Shay, thank you very much for the raid, my friend. I hope you're well. Let me grab you a shout out. Ah, Mike straight to it, like a lovely man that he is. And on the healthy flax with the 9 months on Prime as well. Lots of 9s and 18 months today. Babby's all around. Office-esque. Yeah, think Office Parks and Rec, but with FM. So there'll be like, you'll obviously be able to use Zesian faces. I can animate their mouths and stuff like that. And that's how we're going to do it, basically. I can have special guests voicing different players. It's going to be, that's the plan, basically. And I'm really excited about it because it just feels like the best way to represent the sort of comedy elements of what this save is going to be. And it will just allow us complete free reign over the story. So I'm really excited about that. Have I seen this? I haven't, but I'm about to. What is this? Are these like foot mob ratings of the... Jesus Christ. Oh, dear. Well, I've actually looked into like voiceover artists for foreign language at certain points as well. I've been getting like people from the community and all sorts of... Was that Mike? Was that you that did that, Inferno? Oopsie, my bad. But yeah, so that's how we're going to tell the story, basically. And I think it'd be a way fun way of doing it because it gives us complete free reign. Oh, Jesus Christ, Paolo. Oh, Lord. Hang on, what? I just saw Rooney. Give me a shout. Well, you know, it could genuinely happen. I might need exactly that kind of stuff. Probably not at the start of the save because most of the players will be English or like Scottish or something. But it would be a good thing to do later down the line, I would say. Basically, that's my plan. Rowan! Oh, wow. Holy shit. Hang on. Why has it not popped up? My lights have gone. There it is. Rowan, thank you so much for not just the tier 1. That's super kind of you, but also for 3 months of tier 1. I've taken advantage of September, of course. That would explain it. Thank you so much, my friend. And welcome aboard. Welcome to the whatever we call this lot. Do a Midlands accent. There you go. I'll get Pog to do some as well. It'd be great. They have no subs. Do they not have any subs? I don't think this screen shows subs. I'm almost certain that this screen doesn't show subs, right? Sleep every time, and I start my last with all new gen players. No, not at all, Luke. The one thing I wish, we've actually talked about this before, in that I wish that I think you took that thing in the box that says like fake players. The problem is they're still the same players. It just makes them new gens, regens for the same thing rather than actually creating new players, which I think would have been amazing, personally. Oh, what takes a lot of effort? Oh god, what's this? I don't know if I can even show that on stream. What the fuck is that, Eby? Yeah, I would say, what I would say is the best way around that, honestly, would just be starting like just, oh, you can actually do it. Interesting. Do tell. Oh, is it a typo? Extraordinary. Bagpuss, thank you so much for the 15 months. Where was my TTS? Ah, Matthew didn't like your foul language. First ever FM contract. Remember Brian Phillips? Wow. That's, yeah, the narrative is the best part about it. That's why I like starting in, because with Blue Star, I would imagine most of our squad are going to be regens. So one thing I will say is when it comes to things like the talking heads to explain the story and stuff, it won't be allowed to be real players that I use in those for obvious reasons, because I can't be seen to represent their opinions and stuff. So it'll be me, regens, and then other characters around the club like the Kit Man, the fake chairman and stuff like that. So I think that's going to be really, really fun. No idea who'll end up being the manager of that save. It'll be someone from Nomads, I suppose. Maybe it's young Dean. You never know. Delete the players and then... Oh, of course, yeah, because if there's no players, it has to add them. So I take it you just make a database with all the players in the game removed. That would make sense, actually. I hadn't even thought about doing that. I have got a couple of ideas for weird videos for FN22, though. FN20. I keep saying FN22. So I am going to do the reverse coefficient thing that we talked about much earlier this year, because I thought it was going to be really hard. Turns out it might actually be much easier than you think. That's going to be fun. I also want to do one where I basically remove all the finances of every club in Europe and also the prize money and sponsorship as well, just to see how the FM would handle the economics of that, which would be kind of interesting. Right, we can probably start this match now. Switch from AM to roam playing records. Yeah, it really does seem to... It just makes you more defensively stable, and it also doesn't seem to... It doesn't seem to affect the attacking output too much. Well, in fact, if anything, it seems to improve it, what I'd say. Real non-league players... That's true as well. We'll probably try and do a bit of both. But with real players, you have to be careful with anything representing them in any way, basically. So that's why it'll be the regens and other members of staff. But that won't take long to be less of a problem, I would say. So regions were basically real players reincarnated. Yeah, I never really was a big fan of the... I mean, admittedly, that's where the word regen comes from, obviously, because it's regenerated a player rather than new gener, which I understand the semantics of that, but it's more of a linguistics thing where you just end up saying that, don't you? Kind of like how in FIFA, right? Only sources of money. Well, see, there's you can actually go further than that. So I will turn off all of the money, and I just want to see what it does in terms of their finances. Because if every club's in financial issues, what happens? Does aside from non-league appear and become really good? Like, I'm curious. I don't mind doing experiments like that because I feel like there's actually something that's wow. They are really just not up for it, are they? I haven't used an RPM on FM since the days of, I think, Wimbledon or Pompey. I had a Norwegian guy who used to play as an RPM. Sponsors out of nowhere. Yeah, that's my fear with it. Because I know that does happen in the game, doesn't it? Right. Okay, so. Dundalk are winning from their first leg. Sligo are drawing. Come on. So this is second leg Europa League. So that's now 4-0 to Juve, unfortunately. I think they've had it. Pez. Oh, yeah, Pez. I haven't played Pez in years. Well, to just stop being good, basically. PES 6 was peak. One of the best games I've ever played. Bows have a shot, they do. Bows are at 1-1, remember, from their away leg against Villarreal. So if Bows win, they're through. Doesn't exist, sorry, you're right, like e-sport, whatever it's called. E-football, something. I have no idea what it's actually called. One of those things. Salary structure. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things I'd have to take a look at. It wouldn't be like an immediate video by any means. My plans when we... Because I literally spent like the first about 45 minutes earlier, just thinking about how to structure the end of this cycle and the start of the next one. So we've actually got 9 streams left, including this one, before I go away. And ideally, and I'll be away for so long that when I come back, it's basically the last week before the beta. So during that week, we basically... What on earth was that? Good save. We need to be doing the looking forwards in that week on the Tuesday and Thursday. And like a hyperactive 3-year-old, numerous tarot to check. You can check mine if you like. Oh no, it's started already. Yeah, they've had it. They got such bad draws as a result of... I almost wish they'd come second in their group now. What was I going to say? Yeah. So, what my plan is, obviously now that we're doing all the Champions League group games in a single stream, so Thursday, if we don't get to the Champions League final today, we'll be doing all the Champions League group games on Thursday's stream. However, on that final Saturday stream before I go away, no matter what part of the year we're in, we're going to stream until we finish the season. So it could be like a 10-hour stream potentially. That way we can finish off at least the playing part of the save at an actual decent stopping point. So that's one thing I've got planned. As for Nomads, there's like 8 episodes left of that, so I'm going to have to start wrapping up that and the story to go with it, to be fair. So the Nomads looking forward will probably still be on Twitch, just because I have no experience with YouTube streaming, and I would not want to fuck up what I feel like is a really important event in the year. I might do some YouTube streams next year, though, potentially. Because I can now. Now that my Twitch contract is different. Already 2-0 there as well. Disappointing. Nomads. Nomads is my YouTube save. Leaks, so basically, what I consider the end of a season is the end of the European season. So it would be like the end of after the Champions League final. So basically, say we came into stream, say that final stream on the Saturday started with us doing the Champions League groups. Then on that stream, we would do the Champions League groups, we do the transfer window, we do the Champions League knockouts, and then a final if there was one. And that would be, so that could take, think of how long it takes us to do this. So it could be quite a bumper one to finish things off. That's my plan anyway. Oh, just wide. Ha! Hello, James. How's it going? Yeah, Saturday was quite fun, actually. Considering we didn't actually sign... We only signed like 5 guys on Saturday. It was mental. So at the moment... I don't actually know, Marco, how many seasons we'll get through. We might get through... I think 2 more is doable. We've got 9 streams left, including this one. But it will depend on where we get to... If we get to any Champions League finals, etc., you know? So, unfortunately, you still can't, in my contract, because I'm a partner, you still can't multi-stream. You can, but not to... The only other platform I'm allowed to multi-stream to is Instagram or TikTok, and that's not worth it. So I'm not allowed to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time with the same content, but I can now stream on Twitch and YouTube at any point I like. And I believe it's also removed the limits on my VOD content. So technically, if there was a way to get my VOD content up faster, I would, but I literally can't. Plus, it makes sense to have it where it is at the moment. Oh, right, come on. 2-0, please. That'll kill this one off nicely. Probably our biggest ever Champions League knockout win at this rate. Where did you get up to, James? Did you get up to the point where Pog took over the stream? Because that's where that stream really went off the rails. Stream here. Only the looking forward bit, Lolo. So... For those of you that don't do my content, I realise actually there's been quite a lot of new people this year because of some videos doing quite well and the save on Twitch doing quite well. So basically, at the end of every proper save, I sim 50 years into the future in that save, and I resign, obviously. And I make notes of all the players and, like, you'll see what I mean. And then what we do is we do a stream where we basically look through what happened, but I get chat to do, like, requests. So what I do is I make the channel point thing really cheap, and then chat can request anything they want for me to look up in that save. And it allows us to see basically how everything turned out in the end. And I do that for both saves. So there'll be one for Nomads and there'll be one for, of course, this save too. The Nomads one might take a long time to sim. Oh, dear. Oh, sometimes off the rails is good unless you're a train driver. Uh-oh. Come on. I want like 7 or 8-0 in this tie. Valev. Oh, and off the bar, imagine. Oh, hang on. No, not done yet. I thought we were going to get another pen there. Oh. Complete the signing of M. Pog podding over. Damn right. The best signing of all. It's just... It does feel kind of like the Europa lads have had it. Sadly. That's now 3-1 to Villarreal, and that's now 5-0 to Juventus. That's a shame. I guess it's weird that I'm relying on Champions League success more than I am the others. You'd think that would be the tough one. But here we are. Belgium is going to a school disco. Oh, no. Oh, are there more kits released? I actually don't mind it. It does still, for me, need a Dodge Viper in like a neon red here. Yeah, they always seem to struggle in... what I think it is, they do really well in the Conference League, but they always seem to struggle in the Europa League for whatever reason, and I just don't know why that is. Well, remember last time we did the Looking Forward, we had Hearts... Was it Hearts or Hibs became an absolute superpower? No, it was Norwich, wasn't it? As you say, it was Norwich, yeah. Norwich became an absolute superpower. I'm very curious to see what happens with the Scottish teams. Really, really am. Right, so at the moment, Dundalk are going through. Sligo will be going to extra time, I think, as things stand. Oh, no. As I say that. Scroll under the socks. Is there socks? Wait. Oh, yes. Now we're talking. That is... If Guy Fieri had his own sock brand, this would be it. I actually don't mind them. I actually don't mind them. They're all right. It's considering it's supposed to be flames, they are a little bit janky, I must say, but not awful. It could be worse, right? What's that? Boom. Right. So, yeah, I have a horrible feeling we're going to be the ones going through at this point, aren't we? I reckon Dundalk lose 2-0. Sligo concede a late one and lose 1-0. Prediction. I hate to say it, but it feels like the way these things are going. Imagine if we got both of them through. Palace got a tycoon. I do like that sort of stuff. So many poor sides in the Eurocomps. How do you mean? Oh, shit. Which sides? Hang on. Oh, I guess the one standout for me that is slightly surprising is Rennes. They're the one that is a little bit like, whoa, what are they doing there kind of thing. Injuries there as well. 2-0, there you go. Knew it. Oh, I fucking knew it. They came from 2-0 down against Barca in the first leg. Dundalk, well, they're an Irish side, so that's the whole point of the save. Is to make Ireland better. So they've been helped out, you might say. I love that Dimitrov's now made our bench. Oh, Dundee. Dundee United are actually really good in this save. 3-0 now, fuck's sake. Dundee United they've won the last 4 SPLs, so they're actually really, really good in this side. They're probably the best Scottish side by a comfortable margin. Go back to Iceland again. There's no chance we're going back to Iceland. Just not a chance in a million years. I have 8 episodes left, probably, of Nomads, and I suspect that all of that will be at Örebro. There's just no way that there's any time for anything more than that, because it kind of needs to be wrapped up before I go away on October 9th. They want FPL. Oh. Yeah, Celtic are really struggling there. I think they're still 9th in the league. Oh, it's a lovely finish from Petter Christensen. 6-0 on aggregate. At least we're doing our part. Wait, someone actually overtook England. Wow. I don't think that any of my Building a Nation saves ever has anyone ever overtook England. Not just the teams I'm coaching. I mean, like, any other side. I don't think it happened with Poland either. It's a nice finish, actually. I'm just annoyed at Dundalk here. I'm so annoyed at Dundalk. I bet you this is a proper mugging as well. I had such high hopes for them. It's worse in a way because of the fact that Sligo were 2-0 up in their first leg against Bayern and then threw it away. Dundalk admittedly pulled it all the way back, but now they need 2 late ones and they're just not going to get them, are they? Of course, some episodes in advance. Yeah, if you would like to add an extra 7 to 8 hours in a day that I can use. I don't think people understand that I actually, in order to record it in advance, that time still has to exist. Like, I can't record episodes in advance that time that doesn't literally have an existence. Like, these episodes take all day to record. That's part of the downside to them, but also part of the upside because it means it allows me to make them the way I want to. That's so annoying. I reckon Sligo go out on penalties or something. That feels about right, doesn't it? Oh. Oh, how have we missed that? Oh, dear. Yeah, I think people sort of see a 25-minute video and they assume that that takes 25 minutes to make in some way. It's, yeah. It's tough. Like, it's 4 hours of recording, 2 hours of editing, and then various other things to make thumbnails and do admin for them. So usually about 7 hours per video, roughly. Generally speaking, that's how long each one takes. Sometimes they take shorter time, depending on what's going on in the videos, but usually it's around that sort of time. Sligo are definitely going to be FM'd, for sure. I reckon Dundalk are absolutely, yeah. Meant it's not long episodes. Right, but that would just be the same length of... That would be this... If the episodes aren't as long, then there's less in the episodes. So I've got 2 episodes that could have been 1 episode. But you don't make any more progress than you would have done if there was 1 episode. Because... You see what I mean? Doing less in an episode just means that I've done less. So it would cover the same amount of ground and just be less videos. Or more videos. Oh, dear. Some FIFA career mode videos. I haven't, no. Photo Twitch, YouTube. I like them both. There was a long period, I think, where I much preferred doing Twitch, but Nomads has allowed me to enjoy YouTube again. And starting to do stuff that's slightly different on YouTube and change the channel around a little bit has allowed me to enjoy it a little bit more. And I think with things like the scouting videos, allow me to have some success. I'm already doing that, exactly. Episode 1 done. Oh, yeah, of course. But I'm not in the habit of that, as you know. I like to... Sometimes I'll be like, oh, I've only done 9 games in today's video. We should probably get up to 12. And I'll feel bad about not doing that because I feel like I want to give... I want to give more just in condensed elements, you know? That's what I'm always looking to do. Because for me, it's way better to have... Say I'm doing a 10-game stretch. Sligo won on penalties! Sligo beat Bayern Munich on penalties. Get in. Still pissed at you, Dundalk, but Sligo won us penalties. So say I've got like a 12-game stretch, right? And it's going to be one video. Like the other day, we did a 12-game one, right? If I do that as one video and it gets basically 3,500 to 4,000 views, I obviously could then, instead of that, just do 6 games per episode and do twice as many episodes. The problem with that is, one... And then they would be daily uploads at that point, which is what I used to do. Problem is, it's hard for people to keep up with a series that's going daily like that. Because if you miss an episode, it's really, really tough to actually stay on top of that sort of stuff. And I would much rather have 4,000 people watching every other day than 2,000 people watching every day. Because it's the same 2,000 people. If that makes sense. It's better for the audience. And I feel like it allows me to make better videos, essentially. Rapid Angel, thank you very much for the follow. That's essentially my methodology behind it. That's why I do it the way that I do it. I wish I'd done it earlier, honestly. So, that's insane. Right, let's have a look at this. Let's see whether they mug them off. Oh, my lord. You know what? I'm fine with that. Who missed? The guy called Hugen. Did they score all their pens? I love that. Every single player that scored on the penalty shootout for Sligo, former player of ours, on loan, former player of ours, on loan, on loan. All 5 of them. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I actually tried this format before one time. I don't know if you... Most of you won't remember this. Do you remember my Fulham save on the beta? It was called London's Original or something. It was my beta save from FM19, I think. I did this format, sort of. It was like a predecessor to this format where I showed you everything. But at the time, I didn't know how to break it down into proper videos. Whereas now I do. And I think that, combined with the documentary thing we're going to be doing for Blue Star, I'm hoping could actually make me start to climb back up as far as even as doing Let's Plays. But I'm still going to be doing loads of stuff that isn't Let's Plays next year. Because that's where the growth is. Like, I've been talking to some other creators that do that sort of stuff. I have a little like group chat with a couple of them to just like share ideas and stuff, because it's kind of important, I think, now, particularly with the kind of the way that FM content's moving into the one-off video format, where you're not really competing with anybody at that point, because everyone's got time to watch that stuff now, because it's one-off videos here and there. And I feel like if creators work together like that, which is what some of us are doing now, you can share ideas and actually improve as a group, and I think that makes everything better for everyone, and it's just so cool to see. Right, so, chat, how badly do you think Dundalk just got FM'd, is my question. I want to know how badly they just got absolutely effed in this game. I reckon they probably had like 1.2 XG and Barcelona had like 1.6 or something. Would be my suspicion. That as well. Yeah, that was another sort of element of that info. That was during the Midtjylland save. But the problem with that is I was trying to do that as daily uploads. And that's why it didn't work, because I couldn't keep up with the graphics and stuff doing that. Whereas if I was doing that every other day, it would have been fine. And I wouldn't have stopped YouTube for however long. Right, let's see how badly they got fucked. I can't believe that. 4-0, that was. 4-0. Dundalk had 2.17 and didn't score a single goal. And they missed a penalty. They did so well to come back from 2-0 down in the first leg. Game of his life. Game of his miseries. That's a shame. Can I also just say, on a topic of what we're talking about, thank you very much for being understanding about the way I create the content and the way that I do. And I think that's really allowed me to feel comfortable doing so as well. They've been done, Dork. Yeah. That was a really bad second half. It's the goalkeeper difference. Apparently so. The one thing they don't have from us is an online goalkeeper. They insist on bringing their own keepers in all the time, and it's fucked them. I assume that the Europa League went about as well as we thought it would. Yeah. Oh my. 7-0. Wait, hang on. That's the wrong one. 6-0. Slightly better. Still pretty piss poor, but slightly better. At least we got one team through. What Shamrock are really missing is Dimitrov. They sent him back because reasons. And as a result, they're missing their main striker, who's one of the top scorers in this whole competition. Thank you, DP. That's super duper nice of you. I think it's definitely improved this year, and I've actually had people comment that they didn't like it in the past, and they checked it out again, and they really liked it, which is really nice. I think now it's just about trying to get more eyes on it, and I think the way I do that is through more videos like the scouting one. Like, my average Nomads viewership went up by about 500 views per video after the scouting one, and it's consistently stayed there, which is interesting, and I think I need more of that to draw more eyes to the other content, if that makes sense, you know? Oh, dearie me. Shamrock's current striker. Yeah, I don't know. I think they actually do have a guy on loan from us. Yeah, they've got a really good striker too. Problem with this is that they never actually play him as a striker most of the time. Or they didn't last year anyway. Okay, so they have at least started playing him as a striker this year. I mean, he's very, very good. Of course, his value is terrible, because of course it is. Look at that. He really should be doing better, actually, shouldn't he? He's very, very good. Well, this is the thing, right? We could draw Sligo at this round. We could have drawn Dundalk last year. I love that we've had multiple Irish sides now reach the quarterfinals, which is so cool. Love that. When is the draw? The 19th. That's fucking ages away. All right. So, PSG are through. Dundee United are through. I didn't even notice that. Benfica are also through. And then it's obviously Real and Barca. I hope we avoid Sligo. I want Sligo to get Dundee United. Or Benfica. I reckon they could have them.
Do you know if there's a train
genuinely
coming anytime soon?
Also, Christensen yet again smashing
building it
as the
now.
top scorer in the league. Wah! Thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well. Treaty versus Sligo final. That'd be the dream. Yeah, imagine that side of the draw. Move forward so fast. Oh, I bet. Yeah, I've noticed that the one thing I should have explained better in that scouting video, because this is the one thing that I get commented loads now, other than how fast I speak, is people complaining about getting loads of inbox items instead of having it all in one, in case you're one of those people that have struggled to do that scouting. So this is the reason. If you go into filters here, and you have to set it basically so that everything goes into your scout box, not your inbox. So a lot of it's defaulted here to this bit here. You want to make sure that you've got this ticked. I can't touch this screen at the moment because it's glitched, but yours basically should look like this. Ideally, this one should look like that as well, but I wouldn't touch that at the moment. That's why you're getting all the individual emails, basically. You want them to go filtered straight into the scouting inbox. I actually did originally put that in there, but I thought, well, most people have their set up like that, right? I was wrong. So, bear in mind, if we did come up against Sligo... So, I was actually thinking about this. What would happen if we were in a situation where we faced an Irish side and the winner would face another Irish side? Part of me thought it would be almost unfair if we didn't... I don't know. I was going to have a conundrum there about what we were supposed to do in that situation, because it would be super unfair on them. I don't think they'd be allowed to play full strength. I would have thrown it. Say we were in a situation where we had one Irish side in a semi, the other Irish side was in a semi, but we were in that semi as well, and it looked like it could be an all-Irish final no matter what happened. I would throw it to the Irish side we were playing, because otherwise it would be super unfair on them. And then we could have an all-Irish Champions League final just without us in it, which would have been pretty fun either way. City haven't been that great, honestly. One of our biggest ever Champions League victories in the knockouts was actually against City. We put them for like 6 or 7 in one game, didn't we? Right, let's get Jizzy back in for a bit. Give him a little time to chill. Plus, I forgot to play him in some of the off-camera matches, so I want to get him back in. See this man develop. That bit too. I like that Manea. I've started training Manea here properly, so now that my assistant is starting to prefer him there over certain other players, which is nice. Shame for Thies Freeze, though. I might give Thies a bit of a run out today. Need to make sure that he stays fit. Hurts myself. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't ever do it. Well, I said I wouldn't. That's the one scenario where I probably would. The other reason would be if they both got to a Champions League final, it would boost both their reps, and it would be beneficial overall. Right, come on, Jezzy. Jizzy. We'll get there in the end. So it's the 19th, which is... Oh, there. Okay, cool. They were refused. Is that because they now... Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that Sligo refused to do that, but I still think I'd rather have them win a Champions League. It's just such a sick thing to have. Also, by the way, Watford, Longford struggling. Oh, it super is. Like, we didn't get that worldwide rep until... the moment we won that Champions League, we jumped straight into it. 8 pointed to PSG. Oh, my lord. That's not what you want. Suboptimal, you might say. As is his price tag. Right. Jake Casey, don't care. Always gets you. I suspect so, because... Actually, it's a good question. Trying to think of any side that... The only side that I suspect wouldn't have had 5-star potential already that would have won it, other than us, would have been Porto. And of course, as you can see, they also have worldwide reps. So yeah, it does certainly seem like it. But I wonder if there's like a cooldown on that. They've still got worldwide rep, but they've not won it in the save. Yeah, I think it's basically teams that win it in the save seem to get guaranteed. I wonder how... There might well be like a 30, 40 year cooldown on it. Because bear in mind, we are in season... Is this 29, 30? I've forgotten. I've actually forgotten what season we're in now. It's been so many. Certainly the longest save I've ever done. He says whilst having a longer save on YouTube. You get my point. My manager profile, yeah. Longford did alright last year. They came 8th. But not spectacular. I don't think our managerial attributes have changed at any point during this save, really. Plus, you get this sort of weird shit where it just sort of glitches. Rep 100. It's like 95. They're going to make it to 2069. Absolutely not. Well, actually, that's technically not true. We're going to make it till to 20... I would say we're going to be... The looking forward will probably take place in 2102, 2101 sort of time. Adam... Hang on, wait. Adam Cusp Gaming. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Discipline handling, though. 1%. I love how my media handling is somehow not 1%. Like, when have I ever handled the media? No. So basically, I gave him like the international player one because it's just when you're doing these sort of saves, you want every little advantage you can give yourself to start with. So when I always set my managers to be really good. The only time I don't do that is when we're doing like journeyman saves and I start them with like nothing, like we did with like Eric Sandberg's stats in African Adventure, for example. Is it difficult? What I'd say, Adam, is that
Voltaire contracted syphilis just
it
2 blocks from here.
It's got a really steep learning curve. So when you first get into it, it's going to seem really daunting. And it does take a little bit to actually get into it. Once you do, you can kind of plateau a little bit. You'll be able to have fun quite quickly. There's a lot of tutorials out there. And there's sort of, if you are going to play it, I would say to start with a club that you support or a big side. Because that way you know the players. And it will really help you just kind of get an idea of why the game considers a guy to be good. Because if you come into a random club and you see a random player you've never heard of and all this numbers, you're like, what? But when you can sort of place that reference to real life things, it will certainly help, I would say. Mail Duck, thank you for the follow. Let's check coefficients because we won. Sligo drew. And that's it. But it still helps, right? Every little helps. 13.1. Italy. Oh, my lord. Wait, hang on. Huh? Did Italy just get another huge bump? Because I swore we were like 1 point behind Italy a minute ago. And now all of a sudden they've jumped to like 3 points in front of us. Did Italy just get a load of teams through? That must be... Oh, because Juventus and shit, right? No Italian sides left in the Champions League, but Milan, Juve, both in the Europa. That's not good. And let me guess. Napoli, Lazio. Oh my god. Italy have 4 sides left in Europe at the quarterfinal stages. We've had it. We're not getting top 4 this year without a miracle. Unless Sligo and us do... honestly, I think even if Sligo and us had an all-Irish Champions League final at this point, I don't think Italy... I don't think we catch them. Still not under any danger below, but it does look like we're going to drop down one yet. Although that could help us, potentially. Because it means we could get better Irish sides playing in worse competitions. Oh, no. Now Longford have sacked their manager. Although, actually, that could be a good thing. Then again, watch them replace him with someone dreadful. Or they'll just steal the Celtic manager. He says, knowing full well that the Celtic manager doesn't exist in this save. Because Celtic have been without a manager for 13 years for no apparent reason. We will lose... Yes, we will lose a couple of automatic Champions League spots. But those teams will go automatic Europa League. So with that strength of those teams that are Champions League teams in the Europa League, it could actually start to cause a bit of chaos. So what will happen is we'll go from having that to 2 in the groups, 1 in the league path, which could still end up being 3 in the groups, honestly. But... And it would also eliminate that terrible 7th team that doesn't do anything for us. So actually, it'll probably allow us to have a better season. Genuinely. Because it will get rid of the terrible 7th side, which means they're not going to weigh us down. We get it diluted by slightly less, and we have better sides in weaker competitions. So yeah, think of how Italy are doing what they're doing at the moment. That's what we will probably end up doing. I reckon we can still have a 20-point season when that happens. I reckon the final year of this series might end up having something like that. Which would be kind of cool. Yeah, I think did we ever fluctuate outside the top 5 with outside the top 4 with Norway? I think we got a bit lucky with Norway. Honestly, I wonder if time could have given us more with Norway. The Dutch champions in recent years. So basically, Mailduck, we have a lookup of like a channel point reward thing to look up stuff like that in the database, just so that we're unable to keep things moving. I hope that's all right. Hey, Asher. So we got this game. Then I can do. Oh, we haven't got a Euro. It's not there anyway. I don't want to... I'm going to put Valev in there and then put Jizzy up top again. I want to still give him a chance. Lukic there. It'll probably be the same teams as you're expecting, as I don't actually have the league loading, but luckily Paolo's come to the rescue. What on earth is Hugo Parton doing there? Dolly will be most upset. Savagander. This always happens anyway. So, Eredivisie. Yeah. Ajax. Mostly Ajax. PSV. Nothing from Feyenoord. A couple of second places for Feyenoord. Utrecht got a second place there. And a cheeky little... couple RZ second places. Wow, RZ are kind of... Every now and then they'll be good. Vitesse grabbed a 3rd in there. The 3rd places are a little bit more varied, but it's, I think, fairly straightforward. It's just what happens. When you don't have the league switched on, you generally don't get any, like, real surprises for the most part. I don't know if there's any surprise teams in the top flight. Helmond Sport. They seem a little bit of an unusual top flight side in the Netherlands. Dutchies help. Everyone else, I'm like, oh yeah, I recognise them from playing at least 1 or 2 seasons recently in the top flight. But I feel like Helmond Sport are a bit of a surprise one, right? Maybe they've done occasional seasons. Manager with 2 tactical knowledge. And how's he getting on? Need to pick a nation. Oh, that's the tough part. Second league. Okay. Tinies. Look at that stadium too. Like, it's like less than half the size of anyone else in the league. But big up them. It's a shame you can't see their progression. The one thing I do find annoying about that is since the game knows who's in the league at any one time, you'd think it'd be able to tell you their league history. Even if it doesn't tell you their positions, it should still be able to tell you what league they've been in, right? So that data is clearly available to it. Just little tiny QOL things, Mike, if you're listening. Okay, you got sacked. That does not surprise me in the slightest. Do that as well. Ooh. Right, so Champions League draws on the 19th. I would still quite like to draw Sligo, only if so that we could say that for 1 point we had an All-Ireland Champions League quarter. Fucking hell. We're doing our best, Longford, to help you out here. We just need to... You just need to gain points. We'll smack people about. You just keep doing you. Did Jizzy even score in that match? He did get a pen. He's really not very good, is he? He's going to take a little while to get going, I suspect. Valev, meanwhile, still banging him in left, right, and centre. Right, there we go. there's just a few. It'd be cool if you could adjust detail level that would explain things like that. Throw your league games against Longford. Nah. Mainly because then we'd have to actually play the games against Longford. I never throw, not league games. Like, if Longford are going to do it, I still think Longford will stay up because Waterford are really, really bad. The only reason Longford are in the position they're in is because Waterford beat them in, I can't remember which game it was. Look at how bad they are. I reckon that statistically they're way better. Lies. I've lied to you. They're actually somehow really bad. Yeah, we only throw UCL finals here. Exactly. Navarro left out again. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, we're actually playing Longford next as it goes. Apparently, Bows... I think Bows haven't played many matches. If I recall, Bows have only played like 5 games or something. Yeah. So they've had less matches in which to actually do anything. They've still not been good, but that's the reason that they're actually so far down there. They've got like 3 games in hand on some sides. Right, Champions League draws today. Okay, few draw. So who can we got? Barca, Benfica. I mean, actually, tell you what, I'm going to have a quick pee, but I'm going to leave this on the screen for you so that you can tell me who you think we're going to get and who you think Sligo are going to get. So I'll be back in a second, friend.
This is the part where I go and leave you wet in the rain. I know the things that I've done isn't really what you call great. This is the part where you cry, 'cause you won't see me again. And all the things that I've done isn't really what you call great. I can't breathe, I can't hear, I can't see. When your eyes won't stop looking.
I swear to God, if someone says, of course they did. Everyone just expecting us to get Borussia Mönchengladbach. Oh, God. Treaty Benfica, Sligo Dundee, and on the same side of the draw would be the dream. Absolute dreamboat right there. I've got this weird glitch in my chat box at the moment. There we go. That's better. Right, okay. Song name. The song is called Echoes Through My Mind. And would you believe it's by Loving Caliber? And yeah, I think I found a Loving Caliber song that I'm going to use as the theme tune for Blue Star. They've got a new little EP out. Right, okay, let's do it. Come on. Please just give... I wouldn't even mind a tough draw for us if it means that Sligo get an easy one. Oh... Man City. Oh, please don't give them Sligo. Fuck off. Are you joking? You know what's about to happen, chat. You know. We know what's about to happen. We're about to get mugged off in 2 legs by Barcelona, as always. Well, that's convenient, isn't it? How it all seems to favour the big sides again. Yeah, enjoy losing. Oh, we won't even get that far. Look at that. Every single top side avoided each other. All right, let's just set this in the next round. Maybe we'll get lucky. And maybe we get to play the winner of Sligo Manchester City when we get knocked out. Okay, so what I would say is that this draw either could potentially set up the most boring set of semi-finalists ever, or the most interesting set of semi-finalists ever. Because there is a potential for a Benfica, Sligo, Dundee United, Treaty United semi-final. That would be fantastic. However, there's also a Real Madrid, Manchester City, PSG, Barcelona semi-final potentially there. Or anywhere in between, of course. But at least we have the potential for the most interesting and the least interesting, I suppose. I reckon we're going with the least interesting. Actually, no. I reckon we'll have Real Madrid, Man City, PSG, and us. Although it does set up the potential for an all-Irish final. Dundee are the new city, though. Well, yeah. There is a potential for the All-Ireland final, which is the one thing we've dreamt about, but it's surely interesting because it's the least interesting. Yeah, in a way, but also not really, no. I don't want one that looks just like a normal Champions League semi. We have the potential for something sick here. Although I suppose we could have had that potential if they'd drawn each other. That would have been way better, wouldn't it? When are these games? So... Oh, it's only... Yeah, there's a couple of games in between. Oh, luckily we've got Cove Ramblers in the middle. Any teams in the Europa League? No, they both got binned, sadly. Shamrock got hit 6-0 by... Shamrock won their group and got Juventus as a reward for that, which was magnificent stuff. And then Bows won their group and got Villarreal. And I think lost 4-1 on aggregate. Or was it 4-2? Oh, imagine all Irish Champions League final. I wouldn't even care if we're in it. Provided... I'd happily settle for a Dundee United Sligo final. Honestly. I don't even care if we're in it or not. As long as one Irish side, or even a Dundee United, I'm literally going to take a Can-Do-We-Do Scotland at this point, just to see something different happen in this save. After prostitution. Oh, yeah. Man loves it. Right. When is the last game? It's, it's 8. Oh, it's an international break, so we can do whatever we want here. I might actually just put out a full strength side here and just drop Jizzy for a game and see if it makes any difference to our statistics and whatnot. Oh. So basically, we don't really know exactly how Dundee United got that good. It's a combination of them having a really good manager, but also they floated themselves on the stock exchange, which seemed to have a really good effect on their finances, but they're the only team I've seen do that in this save for some reason. So as a result, they've got loads of money, as Valev scores a hattie, Longford lose 5-0, Waterford obviously get trashed again, standard. Yeah, I think they'll turn that around, but they are going to need to start doing that at some point soon, maybe. We've actually started quite well for once. People get a lot of reds against. I think it's because we maintain a lot more possession now. Celtic not managed. Yeah, that manager glitch on Celtic probably does help. But you know what? I'm finding that hilarious as well. So, weirdly, Dundee United actually not top of the league at the moment. In fact, they're looking very unlikely to win the league this year, but they have won 4... Yeah, look, so you see in here... where is it? Oh, that's Dundee United. Landmarks, finance. Here. New chairman took over in 2033, and they floated on the stock exchange. So they had like an IPO, I guess, sort of. Is that really how it would work? And which is a thing that can happen, but it seems to have generated them a lot of money, and they've done a lot with that in the last 16 years. So when you look at like from 2033 when they got that money, obviously it took a little while for it to start kicking in, but once it did, they won a title there, then 4 consecutive titles as well. And Randy Hobbs has got 22 goals for them in the top flight. And he's losing value. Of course he is. They probably do have pretty good youth as well. Also, Dundee have a tycoon as well. So that's helping them. But they've yet to really utilise that yet. Yeah, Man United have floated. But Celtic at one point in this season were actually in the relegation places, so they managed to pull that one out a little bit. But they're still getting nowhere near anything else. They are dreadful at the moment. They've got a negative goal difference and have lost 12 games. Ah, fuck. Sligo's main striker just got injured. That's not good. They really need that. Scottish League is above Ireland. It's actually not technically above Ireland. It is in the rep for some reason, despite the fact that we've been above them in the coefficients for like the last 7 years. The game's just refusing to give us what we deserve. So basically, there's a glitch in the Celtic thing where basically Celtic haven't had a manager for like 13 years, even though they're in a playable league, which means they should appoint a manager. So, let me show you. This happens occasionally with certain clubs. See, look, it says view job advert, right? But if I go into staff and the job centre, that Celtic job there has been available for basically ever. Kieran, thank you for the 5 months, my friend. It's very kind of you. We're having a lovely Tuesday afternoon, just about lunchtime. I say lunchtime. That covers both bases, right? But yeah, as a result, they just won't appoint a manager, and they haven't had a manager since they sacked their last manager, which was in 2040. So 9 years they haven't had a manager. No caretaker, as far as I know, which makes it even weirder. So that's probably why they're struggling. But certain times that just happens to teams. It's kind of like the same kind of thing as the Binner glitch, I think. Can we do Celtic? Getting a job and retire. Oh, of course you can fix it. Why would we do that when we're having such a fun time with it not being fixed? apparently we signed a physio. Hello, Cardigan. They're reserving it for us. No, Pog's hurt herself. Careful, Pog. Oh, agree, Mr. Progger. The fact that Dork are actually buying players that have never played in any of the turned-on leagues just took them so long to do it. Which is why I think that next year with MTK, this won't be an issue, because we'll make those changes prior. And then we won't have this problem. I reckon it's just taken them such a long time to get rid of. Basically, it feels like their scouting range never upgraded. Hey, Dan. Influential member of the club. Oh, sod off. You could have gone back out on loan too. No coffee for 3 to 4 weeks. No! How could this be? I think this is just the leftovers of our little scouting report. How do you change that? Change what specifically? Or the scouting range. So basically, in the pre-game editor, you can adjust things like their transfer biases, as well as things like developed nation status of the nation itself. And I think that will probably help. There's a couple of things we're going to look at when we do Hungary, basically, is a few things like that in advance. Basically, we'll make the changes in the pre-game editor. That way, it won't affect the save for the first 10, 15 years of it at all. And then by the time that it would have an effect, that stuff should matter anyway dynamically, if that makes sense. So we won't notice it for ages, but then when we do notice it is when it should be happening anyway, but the game isn't dynamic enough to make those changes for itself, when it should be, really. The only time I've ever done that the manager glitch thing was, as you say, with the Binner one. Do a video on that. What I'm going to do probably, I'm glad you mentioned that, is when I've finally got the database the way I want it, and we start the MTK save, because I'll probably be working with a couple of other people to make this work properly that are slightly more versed in the editor stuff than me, but to make sure we get it how we want it. What I'll do is I'll make a video, almost like a patch notes. It probably won't be like a main one on the channel. It'll be like an unlisted one that I can link people to, because I don't feel like it's worthy of a proper video. I keep saying that when it's like, you're just throwing away money, but whatever. I feel like I want to keep the channel, you know. And I'll go through and we'll talk about every single change we've made and why, and then obviously have a link to the database and the starting the save and all that jazz. Lady in on... I don't know. It's not really something I've considered, honestly. But, I mean, honestly, it's just a click of a button, isn't it, really? So I see no reason why they wouldn't, or couldn't, rather. Then again, what I would say, Thomas, is think of the things that are still broken in the game that could have been fixed with one click, probably. So... if that answers that question. No, I didn't. Basically, we were planning to go in August, then we were planning to go in September, and then all of a sudden, there was rampant inflation, and money became incredibly tight. Which is annoying. Because I feel like I got a much better chance of going to a treaty game than I do of probably an MTK Budapest game. Probably cheaper, actually, though. Still to fly out there. I fixed building a nation. Just tag Zealand in it. Oh... Fantasy footballs. I would love that, Digital Dog. I've had discussions with so it's been brought up a few times when we've talked about after showdowns about how cool it would be to have fantasy football related to showdowns. That'd be sick. But if FM had some method like that, it would be, imagine if there was a fantasy football element combined with FM, but it had like an API to it that would allow Twitch chat to, do you know what I mean? That sort of integration would be unbelievable. And really good for FM as a content, for not just for streamers, but to promote the content itself. That kind of stuff would be outrageous, and they'd be the first to do that kind of thing. But yeah, that kind of API access would be insane. Pay you to go? No. I haven't really had much contact with Treaty, really. Mostly through TikTok, honestly. I find that some clubs, they're either really into working with you, as you'll see from like Zealand with the Dorfers and whatnot, and other clubs have worked with people, but it is just complete luck of the draw as to who you go after, and then sometimes they really want to work with you and do stuff, and they'll approach you, and sometimes they won't. It's just how it is. For all we know, MTK will be well into it. Have we broken the champion? We haven't really, Felio. However, we do have 2 Irish sides in the quarterfinals, which is nice. Or should we name it rights? Yeah. Fantasy, it would be kind of cool, actually, yeah. You just sat there in a match and chat's like, Matt, you need to get him on for the bonus points. Loan offers for... Oh, you know what? Fuck it. If you want to go, mate, then crack on. That's got an optional fee on the end of $1 million. Fuck it. Yeah. He's not going to pay for us, is his old big vag. So it sounds pretty bang. Yeah, stuff like that. It can happen, but it is just so heavily dependent on what club you happen to pick, really. I reckon that maybe with Blue Star, we actually have a chance of doing something kind of sick. Oh, chat, it's Football Manager Christmas. We need to skip past that. Headhunting mission. I doubt it. Somehow I doubt it. Honestly, if FM had any... Because you know how some games have API access for Twitch add-ons and stuff that you can do and then take data from the game and then import that into other things live in real time? If FM had anything like that for things like a fantasy football API, even if it was just the access to back-end statistics that would allow someone else to build a front end for using that API data, that would be amazing. It would be sensational. Honestly. Because imagine if we were doing a save like the way we are, and every single season there was a fantasy football competition going on in the background. Chat would be like bullying me to start certain players because they've got him in their lineup. Yeah, so what we're saying, I reckon Swiss Basel. I'm going cheeky. I reckon Swiss Basel. Imagine that, Whitaker. So it knew what player was on the screen at any one time, and you could basically hover over on your screen and it would analyze, it would pop up the player's data in the same way that the little I button does. Shit like that. Yeah, I'm subbing everyone at 59 minutes just to fuck with people because I want to win my own fantasy league. Right. Spanish Malaga. Ain't no one of you had Spanish Malaga. This is where everyone's like, Spanish Malaga. There's a... Oh, look, I was about to say there's a second Vandenbulk. It's literally the same one we have. Have I ruined your fun there, mate? See what players on screen quite easily. What I mean is that, say I'm looking at this screen, chat could then hover over one of the players like that, and it would pop up on a Twitch thing, so they wouldn't see this on the stream. It would be on like an extension, if that makes sense. So say I'm on this screen, chat could hover over one of the players, and it would show their attributes. Yeah, McMinn is in there. Oh, maybe we should try and sign him. So this is number 1, Castillo. Sorry, Castillo, who's pretty good. Like Dota 2, I would have no idea. I've never played Dota. The only guy we got in the top 10 is Vandenbulk. So there's a lot of 19-year-olds annoyingly. Wow. Still quite quick. He's still quite good, isn't he? There's also Oscar Pereira. Hang on, that's the same structure. Yeah, this is the guy that was... I tried to... Wait, no, is this a different guy? This is a different guy. There's another one. There's 2 guys called Paredes. Set the rules and menus. It's not the development. It's just, it's stuff from above. I'm sure they would love to implement stuff like this. Oh, it was Suarez. That's right. Yeah. Hover a card on the board. Yeah, exactly. Right. Let's have a look at my min again. Fuck it. Right. I don't think I actually added that properly. I think I did that. Oh, Lord. We can't do that. We can't do that. That's so much money. We've only just got ourselves out of the hole of FFP. It's just way too much. Maybe the final season. Other 6-year-old. Yeah, there's this guy. Billy Hall. Born with... Who's somehow worth more money. Who is somehow worth more money. Holy shit. Look at that value at 16. Why is he worth so much, yet the guy at Celtic isn't? Why is his value that when he's clearly way better and older? And that's bizarre. Thomas Koopman, thank you so much for the 12 months, my friend. That's a full damn year. Celtic is a worse team. Are they worse than St Johnstone? They're not. They're actually not. There's no manager developing a good point. That's insane. New Holland, have I? Scottish Peters. That could be anyone. I assume it's Antoine. Yeah. There's Chavez of Guadalajara, who's... Wow. I love that that's his potential based on that. That's kind of nutty. Nikolai Spring with 5 jumping reach. Embarrassing. Nikolaj. That he's called Spring with 5 jumping reach. I think he was in it last year, wasn't he? There's Rainier Kranz. Is there any guys that aren't like... Oh, Kvetich is in there too. Oh, hello. Darren McGuinness. Was he the guy they... Yeah, signed from Glenarvan for £3,500. Nikolaj. £3,500. That's outrageous. Pedro. Oh, hello. Saudi chappy here. I don't think I've heard of you. That's not bad. It's Dan Bob. Coming in with the 8 months. Thank you very much. Super nice. Hope you're well. Yeah, Dundee. Well, the reason they're so good is because they've got money, but Spring's second nationality. I reckon like Canadian or some weird shit. Nope, Denmark. Born in Herning. I guess that makes sense. We've got this guy here. James Jones. Fantastic. We are, yes, we're in 2049. It's 20, I think it's 29 seasons in now. And, oh yeah, he's the Italian Englishman, isn't he? James Jones. Double J. There's this guy, Maida. Lucas Maida. I don't know if he's got the Midas touch, though. We'll see. You're 19. I feel like I've seen you before. In fact, I know I have because I have a scout report on you. Ahmed Savinch. Oh, wow. He was a D, was he? D for doubt. Maybe he pronounced, yeah. It's a classic Italian name, of course. I failed to live by myself because I'm living here and doing studies. And that's amazing, my friend. Gun is a place. Most important thing? No, that's not important. I'm not important. What's important is that you've managed to do that on your own, Thomas. That's fantastic, my friend. Seriously. Hopefully other people have told you that they're proud of you, but if they haven't, then I am, you know? And I'm sure chat will too. What's my skin? No, I can't be asked for saying Caucasian. It's, yeah, that's it. It's a slightly edited version of that skin, unfortunately, Turklin. So that is the version, that's the skin I'm using, but I'm using a custom version made by someone from chat. That adds a few extra bits and bobs, but you shouldn't notice too much difference. It just handles my weird scouting desires, if you like. What else we got? We got... Oh! A Thai guy! Yes! Now we're talking. Love a Thai guy. Chawanat Sampaudi. Love it. Still angry sip the water? We haven't had... I was about to say we haven't had much reasons to angry sip lately, but that's just not true at all. Heartfelt comment is genuine advice to be excited about a random nationality within 45 seconds. What can I say except you're welcome? It is tough, though, measuring tone occasionally, particularly when it is a serious topic. But I felt that it was a serious topic, but it was like an uplifting serious topic, which is much easier to pivot out of, you know? 26th position. Yes, I can. We'll get to him in a second, actually. Is Thai guy a thigh guy? Oh, I'm a thigh guy at the moment with my thigh highs. He's pretty solid, actually, for 18, in fairness. Terrible impression of The Rock. Oh, you just can't smell what I'm cooking. That's on you. There's also... Nana Quay's quite good, isn't she? I mean, she's knitting the shreddies, winning the headies. Spectacular. Giving your kids teddies. Nana Quay. One for the ages. Fortunately on loan from Porto, which is annoying. I wish she was at... Yeah. That's the one downside. Everyone chat, oh, damn right. The emotional roller coaster. We do still have the Angry Sips emote. I do still do it sometimes, to be fair. It's... Yeah. Right, let's have a look at old Takis Giatis. Well, of what we can see from him. We actually can't see much about him. There it is. One of the first emotes I ever got made. Your favourite Hungry facts? I don't know. I'm going to have to get a Hungry almanac before we start the next save, and then I'll be able to think about it. That's a cool name. Ayman Andalausi. Way too expensive for us, though. Palomba, Miola. Anyone that's, like, cool and signable. Ah, we go. A Colombian chap. Usually if they're 19 or over, I probably would have already scouted them. There's also Jan Knuckle. Okay. Knitting the shreddies and winning the headies. Damn straight. Does he fear anything but God? No. God fears Nana. She is the reason why all our gods have abandoned us. There's also... Oh, hang on. Salvadoran? Did someone have a Salvadoran in the... I swear I saw a prediction for a Salvadoran. I bet you didn't have him from Isidora Metapan, but still. For goulash? No. Sausage rolls all the way, mate. Cereal puns incoming. Yes. Oh, nah. Salvador and Switzerland. Well, you weren't far off in the... Obviously, Salvador and Salvador, but still. Another Saudi chap. There's two Saudis in the same one. Markovic. TCS usually produce some great players. Sorry, TSC. I'm thinking of the skin. What a wonderful name and language combination there. Alessandro Redzepagic, who is a Luxembourger with... bet he's got some other funky nationality. I suppose Portugal, I guess. Yeah, that is a name. Ooh. There's also Gary O'Reilly. Yes, the O'Reilly men. And Hakeem Brady. Brady is a surname for a Frenchman. The Saudis all never joined. Exactly, yeah. Bissau Guinean as well. Ibrahim Abayi. His name basically only has, like... there's only like 5 letters in his entire name. He just uses A's and I's and B's a lot. A lot of Porto guys, yeah. They've had a stacked ass year. There's another Porto guy. Eva Kiros. Sometimes I get a bit Kiros, but then, you know, I look it up on the internet and it's all good. It's this guy. Amar Hani. Actually, he looks... he could be genuinely really good. Chilean. Osvaldo Lobos. And then last but not least, an Iranian. Yaha Alakassia. Who's got a hip injury. Man's been on a jet ski down the Strait of Hormuz. Making fun of a guy not being able to afford the 5 letters. Hey! I think Porto... yeah, Porto have apparently just been doing our scouting method, it would seem. Ban jet skis. I agree. Dangerous for players. Very dangerous. Oh, we're passing FFP again, chat. That's good to see. We're passing it a lot earlier than normal, actually, so I'll take that. That would probably be what happens when you sell, like, £80 million worth of players. Yep, predictions 9 up. We're 100 million above it. Still Sam Smith. No. This is all copyright-free music. However, F123, song requests are back, boys and girls, and non-binary pals. It's, we're bringing it back. Only 80 minutes. It was about that, I think. No scrap-1 points for you. How much did we actually spend? Or how much did we sell? 71 million it was. It was mostly from selling Sitkovsky, Piss Bottle, and Richie. That was what really did it. Yeah, the Turbo Civic money's disappeared. That was here. So that's 3 years now. So we're now into a much more... the problem is, because we have so many players, though, we still have the problem where, because we can't sell players for enough money... my light has finally come on. The bulb's been a bit funky, and I have to turn it on ages before I want to actually use it. And today, it's taken 2 hours to come on. I tapped it and everything. Yeah, so I'll be able to... there's a new OBS update that allows me to isolate Spotify on its own track without having to do all sorts of silly bollocks. And I'll be able to have... we'll be able to have proper music again on stream, which will be really fun. So YouTube will have no music on it. The VOD will be musicless, sadly. Unless there's some way I can find of actually sending a different audio output there, but I think that's probably verging on impossible. FFP projection. Probably still pretty shit, right? They reckon we're still going to lose 150 million this year. Whole stream of eye to eye. Oh, Pog will bloody love you lot. Oh. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not sending you to Monaco, though, because, look, £5 million... is this non-negotiable? It is. You're going to Galatasaray. You are going to Galatasaray, bruv. We could play Raymond. Exactly. You can ruin my Spotify recaps for another year. Be great. I'd be amazed if it is, Stewie, honestly. And even if it is... who cares, really? Not have any music on the VOD, yeah. But the problem is, the way that it would work at the moment is that I'd have to... the reason I haven't done that is because my desktop audio is what everything other than my mic comes through. And therefore, it means there'd be no sound other than my voice on it. But now there's a new update to OBS that allows you to isolate apps on certain tracks, so I could just have Spotify go to a different track. Start a private session before it's... oh, can you do that? Because there was a year when the first year of streaming, my Spotify recap was hilarious. So it was basically country songs, Eye to Eye from the Goofy movie, the Soviet national anthem, and various other songs like that you used to get requested, and that one random Hungarian band from Eurovision. And, not forgetting, Ya Ya Ding Dong. That was a classic. Using another software rather than OBS. Yeah. I know how they're doing it. It's just... I can't be asked to set it up the way that they're doing it. They use things like Voice Meter, which I do use. I have Voice Meter on, but it doesn't... well, I don't use it through my streams. It's a pain in the arse, basically, and I just couldn't be asked to set it up, but now I don't need to. We can use that Hungarian band as our theme tune.
Bring on the Flugelkampfheimler!
Vine Saluka. Thank you very much for the follow. Voice meter. The problem with voice meter for me is that so often it just fucks up. Like, it sometimes just completely remove all your settings for no reason. And I've had to rebuild it several times. This might actually be a good opportunity for Jizzy to play. Can we request you sing? Anyone who requests that, I can just send you straight towards my Enrique Iglesias cover, and I'll leave it at that. I is a bop, yeah, for sure. Twitch play music on stream. Technically you can, but as far as I'm aware, no one has been. And at that point, it's one of those things where people will do it until such time as it starts to get a thing, and then we'll just go back to using these playlists again. Yeah, it just resets the whole thing. It's a nightmare. Right. Versus Chelsea. Luckily, Chelsea are out of our version. At least if we did get to the Champions League final this year, chat, we know we won't be playing Chelsea. So that's something. We just have to actually get to a Champions League final. And therein lies the problem. No, I didn't see Eurovision this year. I was at a wedding. So my friends were having a Eurovision party, and I was admittedly, I was having a bloody fantastic time at the wedding. How much should redeem be? It'll probably be about the same as the channel point lookup for players. Maybe a tiny bit more. Because back in the day when we did it, Pog was obviously furloughed. So Pog would sit with my phone, and she'd input stuff on my Spotify account to do the song request for me. It just, you know, it can take a little bit of time to like do song requests like that. Budapest manager. I reckon that there's a very strong chance it'll let it be Thighs Freeze. I think we can probably... As much as Emmett has been a legend, I feel like, in a way, Thighs has been the biggest legend of this save. Emmett may have been the top scorer in that, but Thighs has been with us now for nearly 20 years. He's just an absolute boss. I think we are still to concede a goal in the league, yeah. Yeah. So part of this tactic, of course, makes you very defensively stable. Robert's system, but yeah, I'd like to think that this time, though, there's so much in favour of Thighs Freeze that I think he will be the guy. I might just make an executive decision, honestly, but I don't know. He has to be the manager. As good as Emmett was for that period, he's not got the long-term legendariness. How's the Nun doing? Oh, George Nunn would have retired years ago, if that's who you mean. Nunny? Ah, yes, Giogre. There he is, yeah. He retired after playing for Galway for a little bit, as it goes. Manager must be handy. Emmett already has a job, exactly. Do it on YouTube? Nah, the YouTube save will take someone from Nomads. So yeah, he was about a bit. Went off to Oldham, actually came back to Ireland, and presumably just played in the second tier for the rest of his career. It's kind of nuts that he actually only played 88 games for this club, considering we've got guys that are on like 600 appearances. My hand is stuck in my jug. Ow! My hand got stuck through the jug. Ah, but there's old George Nunn. What a beautiful man. Shame we didn't go into management or anything. I have enjoyed just how many of our players have actually gone into management and stuff afterwards. Terry, I don't know. I actually have no idea who the Nomads want to be, because it's a journeyman. It's much, much harder for people to pick. Hey, Ben. Yeah, advice going to Galatasaray. £6.5 million. You know what? Totally fine with that. If you didn't want to go back. One Punch Man. Thigh still isn't. We do. Actually, that reminds me. We need to ask him again about that. Do we have any ideas on his plans? We need to check this. Look at his favoured personnel. It's just everyone. Including loads of retired people. Like a lot of them. I think we're just going to have to keep saying things to him until such time as we... No long-term plans. Yeah, we have no idea what he wants to do. We'll just have to keep asking him a different... I said he could be a manager. An assistant manager? Alright. It's fine. Next time we'll try the next one down. He's a lover, not a hate. True that. Callie's brother. Yeah, it'll be Henrik. What's his name? I've forgotten his name. Is it Johan? I forgot his name. Worst part is, slight spoiler, but it doesn't matter now, unfortunately. So his brother is actually in the save as an assistant manager, and the plan was that at the end of the save, I'd hire him as our assistant. Henrik, that's it, yeah. Henrik Johansson. Problem was, he then got picked up by Manchester United, was their manager for like 20 years. and then has retired and disappeared from the database. Which is annoying. Because that was going to be a cool way to finish it off, and I literally can't find him. He's completely disappeared from the database, sadly. Which is annoying. He was Man United's assistant for like 15, 20 seasons. He wants to be the kit man. See, that's a new role they need to bring in. Kit man. Basically, that's just Nijmegen, really. But like, no, it was Henrik Johansson because they had different dads, if I recall. I had a lot of lore to this. The Nomad's got him. Maybe. It was them all along. Wow, that. Oh, that was the guy from Liverpool that we actually kind of liked, wasn't it? Oh, hang on, wait. No, this is the guy from the next gen. I'm going to keep scouting those guys, actually. Left 6 years ago. Yeah, FM's weird, isn't it? George Nunn. I think it's the same George Nunn I had. What did I have him at? Oh, what was it? Who was the team I managed in? No, it wasn't Ahironis. That was the old OTI. Why can I not remember the name of the team we managed in Cyprus? I think it began with an A, didn't it? And I've forgotten. Ermis. It was Ermis Yeah, it was Ermis. It was like Ermis Aradipu. That's it. Arapidu. Because we managed in Cyprus on the original OTI as well, because we managed Ahironis with their hilarious badge. It's actually an anagram of Glazers out. Yeah, youth players like ball boys, and then Eden Hazard in game can come along and kick them. It's all good. Chief Doctor on a whole PC, maybe. Oh, if they don't sing that at the games, I don't know what they're playing at, eh? Right. Oh, Lord. Right. Okay, so this is actually quite important. So I want Valev, and I want Christensen, and I want Manea, Tribovic, Ramos, Sal, because Boggy's still probably injured. Is he? Oh, no, he is technically fit again. That might be a change we make. Okay, right. Let's do this. This team, we're here to avenge Dundalk. That's what we're really trying to do here. We're here to... Yes. Oh, I didn't look at One Punch Man. Oh, Christ. What was his name? Was it... Oh, I can't remember how to say his name. Was it... It wasn't Brendan, though, was it? It was Brendorn. And I can't remember how to spell it. God damn it. Ah. It was Brendan. Yeah, but because he's retired, he reverts back to his original name. Oh, I thought his name was Brendan Magic. Oh, I'm trying to think of the best way to find him, other than looking through our old like scout reports. Not scout reports, like transfers. Because we loaned him out. I think. We'll find him. Evan Dunn, that's the other guy, isn't it? He was intake first year, yeah, but he was loaned out at one point, I swear. Longest save. Technically, the other save on YouTube is actually the longest save. It's like a year ahead of this one, I think. Fuck. I think if I just search for like... Because I can't put the... There he is. Oh, it had an extra... Right, okay, it had the extra A there. There he is. He actually retired at 24, having gone... Wow, he did not play much, did he? He really did not play much. Yeah, he was here for like 4 seasons, then went I think permanently actually to Longford, and then Shelbourne, and didn't play a single match for them. His career did not quite live up to what we were expecting. And Ganzasa. It's the badge with the thing I thought was a mouse at one point. Bear. It's a bear. It's a good badge, very good badge. Like that badge. He's got a good record. There's you have a player. Mihran Caribbean. Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't know what I'm saying, but there we go. He is there, living and breathing. Right, let's do this. Best of luck, not just to us, but to every side in this semi-final that isn't one of those teams. The song is I Let Your Smile Fade Away by, would you believe it, Loving Goddamn Caliber. Once again, trotting out bangers. I think even if we do move over to having, like, well, we will be, to proper music again, I'm still sticking Love and Caliber on the playlist. They are proper music to me. Welcome on Suarez. Oh, shit. It must have got pushed out the bottom of the list. Remind me immediately after the game, Rikini, and I will get to that. Adam! Thank you so much for the 5 months. It's very kind of you, my friend. With Tria. That's super impressive. Holy shit. Right, we move. We're at the Camp Nou for good camping things. Mikel Arteta's Barcelona. Of course. He's been there a while now, hasn't he? Or was he Bayern manager? I think he was Bayern manager back in the day. Right, let's do this. I want to see Sligo, Dundee United and Benfica getting big things. Come on. It does, yes, Otto. On the main screen. Yeah. As long as you got the 3D kit part sorted out, then yeah, it does. We just need to be stable. Oh, for God's sake. Wants to stay up. Yeah, but you can't stay on like that. But luckily, Thighs Freeze to the rescue. Watch him score the winner now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where are all their players? Okay. It's a weird corner setup, actually, for an AI one. Oh, no, it's going to be a pen, isn't it? Oh. Oh, no. Second phase? Yeah. Ah. Oh, well. We figured this would happen. Yeah. It's a great goal. A little bit annoying, isn't it? I suspect this is a sign of things to come in this match. Just, I swear to God, Barcelona are just so annoying in this save. So, well, here's my prediction. What's going to happen is we'll get the better of them on over 2 legs and we'll lose anyway, as is the case in every single Champions League. Because we managed to get the win over Rome because they're a worse side than us and have lower rep. But I still think against Barca, it won't matter. 2-0. They're just going to score every chance they get, aren't they? They really do need to do something about this whole thing. Just nobody tracks him. 2-0 down already. Off of 0.434. Good start. I swear to God. Jesus Christ. What? I thought he was just... I thought he just picked the ball up on a counter-attack then. Wow, we started appallingly here. Do we have a goalkeeper on the bench? I think so, yeah, but... It just feels like no matter which goalkeeper or who we have in goal, whenever we come up against a big side, they just let in goals. Just no matter what you do. Real Madrid winning. We've actually been really bad so far, in fairness. It's been explosive diarrhea of a performance so far. Like, absolute appallingness. We'll have to have a look at half-time. First we'll do that. Okay, Sal out wide. We need Boggy, I think. We need more aggression. Valev, right. He's just going to have to go for this. He's going to miss, of course. Bar, yep. Maybe it does, but... We've been a bit shit in this game, in fairness. It's not like we've actually been good. We've genuinely been bad. So first things first, Bogdanov's on. I know Sal hasn't even been... Oh, he has been quite bad. Nobody's been good. And we're also going to turn that off. And just do what we do in these second halves. That's 2 substitutes already as well. Yeah, they do like a lot of chip shots, don't they? Right, see if there's anything we can do here, maybe. Anyone who's particularly offensively doing well. Could be a bit mental with this. Really press them in the second half. Basically find any player who's got anything good about them. Just playing it even vaguely. Honestly, I'd take a 2-0 defeat at this point. Just to try to work our way back into this. Alright, come on. Headed goal or something for us. Give me anything. Wait, what? I don't even understand what happened there. But I assume it's good. Oh, it's given! Okay. What the hell? Oh, it comes back to Lukacic. That's a bit fortunate. We are back in the match. Lukacic has pulled it back. Oh, God. Insta highlight off the kickoff. Is this the moment? remainder of the game. I don't know.
Good,
We're back in it at the moment. RG, thank you for the follow.
It can get very depressing.
We're going to concede immediately off the kickoff, aren't we? Oh, no, maybe not. Another long-range banger? No, over the bar. Okay. Right, okay, so 2-1 is actually doable, I would say. If we lost here only 2-1, I'd be all right with that. Oh, my lord. Okay, come on, Bartolome. We're definitely showing a bit in the opening. Oh, low. Okay, he's gone straight for the long pass for some reason. Bear in mind, we have our goalkeeper for short distribution. That's going to be a goal for Barca then, because that's usually what happens when your players ignore the instructions. Let's just wait. I want to see. There's usually some kind of goal when... I notice when players all of a sudden just ignore the instructions of the tactic, that usually there's a goal coming. Sometimes it's actually for you, but there's usually a goal coming. Plus, it's a really high... it's a really long highlight as well. I love it where they would have just... There you go. Wow, it's actually missed it. This is season 29, RG. So a long, long time. Be more expressive on. Not as far as I know. No. I don't think I ever have that on, do I? No. I tend to leave that kind of basic. So they can occasionally branch out, but for the most part, I'd rather them just stick to the plan. At the moment, it looks like that... Wow, look at this. Good save again. Yeah, actually, usually those result in goals, so I'm actually surprised we got away with that. I think if we get away without losing by more than 2 goals, then it's actually probably a good performance, because we've not been that good in this game. Like, Sluggo are doing a good job as well. Of course, I've now mentioned that, which means they're going to now lose. But in Season 2, which save are you doing? Right. Who's playing poorly? Niakshi. Oh, so's Ramos, actually. We've got one more sub left. Ramos has been really poor, but then so is it. You know how we've often had that weird situation where we bring on Radojic and he links up super well with P-Christ, and it just seems to work for us. I wonder if we try that again. It's a tough one. Radojic just has this wonderful ability to just find passes. Booked has scored 4 goals in the second half for PSG there, so that's good. Man United. Ah, that's annoying. Man City have scored. Oh! Trotter with the equaliser for Sligo. Honestly, if we lose this 2-1, given how badly we've played today, I'd actually be all right with that. I would not be bothered. But if we were to get a 2-2, would we get our first mugging in Europe for a long, long time? Bogdanov. No! It's a corner. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, no. Right, come on. Tackle him. Come on. 2-1 and 3-1 are so very different right now. That's fine. Bring him down. Oh. Please don't concede a 94th minute goal. Whew. Holy shit. That was a very good foul from Trubovic. Are we still going? Oh, no. I hate, like, last-minute highlights on key highlights, because it just... The game's just going to randomly end in a minute, I suspect. Unless Bogdanov can find a good pass. Or we just end. You know what? Hold my hands up. We did not deserve anything from that match, and we probably could have lost by more. So the fact that we're still in this tie is pretty damn good. Oh, yeah, those edge-of-the-box free kicks are absolutely overpowered. Just to the point of absurdity. Now, the question... Oh, we mugged them off for sure there. But we're obviously a lot better at home usually. So I'm okay with that. And if Sluggo drew away from home at Manchester City, that's insane. Manchester City won. Sligo... They did better than we did. And it was Andres Trotter, of course, the on-loan treaty striker that scored the goal. Oh. Who are Sligo playing if they get through? Is it... It's this side, isn't it? They're playing the Real Madrid side. Yeah, Dundee United have just got absolutely smashed. Oh. Right. Okay, it's not too bad. We definitely weren't particularly good in that game. But there's plenty of time. That was the away leg, yeah. I wonder how they actually did, like, stats-wise. Because City have not won a Champions League in this save since... It's been nearly a decade. Let's have a look at the stats. They mugged them off. Like, fair play, they mugged them off. But you know how much home advantage matters in Europe. We see it with other Irish sides too. Like, they'll smash one of these sides at home and they never get the result. But for them actually getting the muggery away from home is a really good start. Do you say PSG have a play called P-Knee? Yeah, oh yes, Penguni. Yeah, the Spanish guy. He was in like the goal 50. Wasn't? He's only 22. Just absolute insanity of a player. £92 million they signed him for from Dundee United, who paid nothing for him from Real Madrid. Nothing. 92 million. Dundee United sold a player for. That's insane. Born in Beijing. Incredible. Like, he's just a very good player, isn't he? Penguin. I think we're lucky. We are supremely lucky. But sometimes we need a bit of luck. It'd be nice if we could actually have a bit of luck for once. We've had something going in our favour for once. Wait, why is he complaining? Agreed position? Hang on. What was his agreed position? I thought it was a striker. Where he's played 8 out of his 9 games as a striker. What are they complaining about? I think it's because you're only allowed one nationality. Chinese players can't have dual nationality, so he's obviously declared for Spain. So there's an Italian player like that earlier in this save, wasn't there? 1,000 game mark. Hell yeah. I think we're coming up to 1,700 games. I think. Was it an overview? Yeah, we're 29 games away from 1,700 games. In charge of the same club. That's filth. Why did I choose his? Because when I first started using it, it was really, really good, and I've just kind of stuck with it since because it's solid. It makes us happiness. But like, where else would he want to play? He is a striker. Not particularly impressed with me. Okay. I'm just not sure what I'm supposed to be looking for here. Like, he's a striker, and I swear I loaned him to Shamrock Rovers as a striker. Preferred provision, striker, central. So I loaned him to them as a striker. He's playing 8 out of the 9 matches he's played as a striker, and he's complaining about being played out of position for 1 game. Jesus Christ. FM. Have a word. It's as bad as that time where I put an outfield player in goal for 60 minutes in a friendly, and he complained that I was playing him out of position and got really annoyed at me. Right. So we switched around again. Nope. We want Jizzy in here. Even if it does cost us dearly. Just want to make sure there's no other important players in that lineup. Maybe bring Nico Schmitz. Just in case Svetic has to play. Plus, this is an All-Ireland Championship Cup match. Maybe we try Bremer for the next Champions League game against Barca instead of Swanetsky at this point. Oh, I need to do Rakini's lookup as well. (8-1). Nice. Solid win. Oh, Sligo always got to be bettering us by 1, haven't they? With an entire team of players, I think, on loan from us. Don't like defensive systems. But the thing is, it's not a defensive system. When you actually look at the amount of attacking roles in this team, it's not actually that defensive at all. Goalkeeper for the national team. That's really weird. I've never heard of that before. I don't think you can do that in FM anymore. You used to be able to, I think, but I don't think you can anymore. Swiderski did get better, I would say, yeah. Right, what was Rakini's lookup? I need to find that. Oh, I could just look at my lookup thing, couldn't I? Imagine. Vultures, Shamrock's current striker, profile. Ragnar! Thank you for the 12 months. I'll let
Jeja
take over.
AR komi aitar AF ascrift AF esarit twitchra. Einar asin sema yexti en da outrulegas kemi legours tremario gis kemi legours pialor. Al tu afram mato ueragerago aluti biaya Twitch shoji YouTube.
Yes. Icelandicness. Yaya Ding Dong. And whatnot. Husovic. As far as the next gen list. Yeah, the problem is, was he on this year's next gen list? Because if he's not, I don't remember his name. And there will be 1,000 people in the database called Suarez. That's the slight problem. Ah, 175. Oh, is it this guy? It's got to be this guy, isn't it? Roberto Suarez. I literally had him on my shortlist. So yeah, this was the guy that chose to sign for a different Mexican side instead of joining us. So that's fun. Biggest next gen flop. There was a guy that was a Swiss dude that I believe in the end never left Switzerland. We actually looked at the last... we actually looked through all the next gen players on the last stream, and I believe there was a Swiss dude that just never left his Swiss club. Yeah, so this was another one of those annoying ones where they refused to join you because he did the whole, I don't think I'm going to get the playing time, blah, 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 blah. Then joined another one. Let's see what he says now. Yeah, it's just total bollocks, isn't it? He's moved to a different club. Is now up in stature, but he still won't join. But yeah, he'd join any other club if they asked him. Just total nonsense. That's one of the things I hope we will be able to avoid with MTK if we make those pre-game changes. Well, whether he's Mexican. He's going from Mexico to Mexico. New contract. Sir, after that performance in the last match, you don't deserve nothing. Oh. The problem is he's not influential here, is he? Wait, is he a model citizen? When was he a model citizen? I feel like we've got a lot more model citizens in this team all of a sudden. I'll take that. Swaneski is actually getting really good. Finally. Took him a long time to do it, but he is actually progressing quite nicely lately. Other than that termination slide down, that position's gone up. I think he'll still keep his place in the next. I know he spent all that money on Bremer, but Swaneski is genuinely very good attribute-wise anyway. Not that that's ever mattered with a goalkeeper, of course. But Alberto, oh god, no. Again, what is this crap? Personally, don't have concerns about how often he's being used in this position. Yeah, agreed. Why is there not an option that says, you are playing in that position, you absolute wemp? What needs to change? Oh, sod off, FF. Plays one game out of position and they're like, ah! Hilarity. Infrastructure level. Yeah, this is the thing. So that's one of the other reasons why we're going to have to change the infrastructure stuff in Hungary beforehand. Otherwise, because the thing is, it should develop with you, but it doesn't. So we're going to have to do that stuff in advance, unfortunately. Wait, really? The record is 40. We're nowhere near the record. We're 11 goals away. What a weird news article. I know we've scored a lot of goals, but we're not even close to the record. It does look as though, and bear in mind, Sligo got that result at Manchester City without their best striker. They had to play Trotter instead. Should have ignored him. Yeah, I have been ignoring them, but I thought, well, maybe there's an option there. I can tell him that actually you are playing the correct position. You must have just mistaken yourself, but then I'm an idiot for thinking that, of course, because this is Football Manager. That's a my bad. Right, second leg. It's not looking good for most of us. When they make first FM, yeah. Okay, so that's going to be a... where's my word? Cool. And off we go. With, like, it's obviously just a bot, so it's just an easy ban on that one. No need for second chances there. Right, okay. I'm going to start... Oh, okay. Never mind. I don't need to start Boggy because he's already going to start. Sow in the midfield. Nah, surely Maneo because he's fit now. And he didn't really get a chance to show off his quality in the last game. Do I keep Bremner on the bench? Just in case. Up to Wemp. Oh, yeah. No, Wemp is the way. Support the Wemp party. We'll do whatever you want. And then nothing. Right. Where's Slice Freeze? He's on the bench. But Manea is genuinely very good in this position. And Threes has been a bit inconsistent lately. The One Battery, also a very fine choice. Maybe they can form a coalition between the Wemps and the Wombats. Okay. Right, I guess moment of truth. We've got to turn this around. I'm not opposed. And plus, with Manea on the pitch as well, it allows us to, if we want to switch to the other system, we can. And we can just move Ramos up. Makes it slightly easier for us. Right, we owe them, which is nice to have, I guess, even if it means we lost. Watch Sligo be the team to get through. Let's do it. All right. Hopefully that home advantage stuff that we tend to get in Europe and negatively affects us as well will happen. Fatal Wombats. Speaking of bloody Wombats, you love to see it. Thank you so much for the 9 months. Looks like the same lineup for Barca. I'm just trying to think, what way could it fuck us today? Like, bear in mind, that first leg, there was no fuckery going. We just weren't very good. It's whether it can... What it'll do in the second leg is the question. Like, will we smash them? Because they smashed us kind of in that first leg and they got the win. The question is whether we smash them today or whether we'll get the win by doing so. But we always know that generally isn't the case. Valev. Manea. Oh, lovely pass, but there's nobody in the box at all. Christensen. There's so many bodies in there. He just has to find the right one. And it's a got... Octavian Manea. This is why I like him in this team. What is he doing? All right, calm down, Octavian. Don't break your back. 1-0. Come on. The perfect... What a pass from Manea, firstly, to start the move off. That little incisive ball into the half space, and then Christensen to pick him out again, and then gets on the end of it as well. Starts the move, finishes the move. What a great start for us. Hopefully that's a sign of things to come. Hopefully. Oh, God. Holvoot. Whoa, that was dangerous, but that is a lovely pass for Bogdanov. Just use the defenders. That's why they're there, Boggy. Ramos is just going to sit. Now we can bring the play forward again. Nice. We actually look pretty solid in the first 5 minutes. Bogdanov. Yes. Whips it across. Oh, he actually can knock this down. Ah, that's poor. Such a wasted highlight as well. But so far, solid signs. I actually can encourage them again because we're at 2-2, which could help us. Oh, Pengu scored. Sligo 1, Manchester City 0. Trotter scored again. Lordy Lord. Hey, it's a penalty! It's in a hand! It's a penalty! Holy shit. We could have 2 Irish sides in the semis at the moment. No, I can't say that. You know things could go horribly wrong for us. It's a penalty awarded. A chance for Treaty to take a second goal. It will probably be Truhubovic, I think. Come on. Yeah. Okay. It's going to be one of those days, isn't it? Yeah, very rare you see a handball, and then, of course, we missed the penalty. Maybe Thighs Freeze was on the pitch. This has got annoying 1-1 written all over it or something, hasn't it? Trubovic. Valev. In. 2-0. Steph. What? Nah, no, that's onside. He had his hands in the air. That's 2-0. Come on. Oh, we do ban occasionally. We do very rarely. There's no any reason to. Treaty 2, Barcelona 0. Stefan Valev, 10th of the season, making up for it. Oh, come on. I will say no more words because at the moment, we're doing okay. Ah, equaliser for City, Andrew O'Kane. Still playing. He must be about 1,000 years old by now, O'Kane. Well, I'm glad that everyone looks solid in this team at the moment. Like, we've not got anyone who's really letting the side down. Bogdanov's been okay, although second half straight from the kickoff highlight isn't particularly good. Bogdanov, come on. Third goal here would be really solid. Oh! Is that not a pen? Manea? Christensen? There's so many bodies in there. But it doesn't matter, because Trubovic makes it 3. Treaty United 3, Barcelona 0. Oh. Come on. Home advantage in Europe is so powerful. Like, almost too powerful, honestly. Look at the lovely football inside the box. Look at the composure here to pick out Trubovic. He makes up for the penalty miss. Penalty even after advantage? No. Not as far as I'm aware, anyway. Tight offside? Is it really that tight? Right, come on. It's up to... Oh, Dundee have equalised. Dundee United, sorry. We need Sligo to do a miracle here. They are the home side. Benfica beating Real Madrid. Not a lot yet. This is the return leg. Yeah, we lost the first game 2-1. Valev's struggling a little bit in terms of like energy. I might bring Bilbia on for a bit. And honestly, now might be a good time for Sal to sort of settle things down a little bit and then just leave that final spot. Sligo back in front! Andres Trotter! Sligo 2, Manchester City 1. No way. Oh, come on. Sligo, if you reach a semi-final of the champion... I swear to God, if they get to the Champions League semis, as Bilbia's header is over the bar... Come on. Come on. No! I think Benfica might have gone through, you know. By the way, can I just say, I think we were a bit fortunate to get through this tie as comfortably as we did, because I don't think we played any better in this game than Barca did in the first game, but we got a 2-1 and they didn't. Right. No, it's a shame you can't watch their extra time because it's... Look, weirdly, we knew that the last game had already finished on penalties before we got out of the menu, didn't we? So... Please, 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 please. If they're through, I swear to God, please, 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 Sligo. Do me a favour. This would be the best thing that's ever happened in one of these saves. Yes! Come on! Sligo will go through and will face Benfica in the semi-finals of the Champions League. Also, Real Madrid, what the hell are you playing at? We face off against PSG. Holy shit, Chateau. We've got two Irish sides in the Champions League semis.
Do not hate me.
Sucky a sucker. Thank you very much for the follow. They have a lot of our loan players. Like the guy that scored both their goals is a loanee. But they've got a lot more of their own personal players as well at this time. And Dundee United did well to actually get a draw there after getting absolutely twatted. Benfica were 3-0 down against Real Madrid and knocked them out on aggregate. That's incredible. I have a perm. I wish I had a perm. I'm jealous. Thank you so much for the follow. Holy shit. Yeah. Bear in mind, I was reluctant to loan Trotter to Sligo Rovers because they already had Daniel Antonio and I didn't want to take away from him. Him being injured is the reason Trotter's in the team at the moment.
Where I park my car.
Holy shit. Kevin Games, thank you very much for the follow. There is a chance of an All-Irish final. But I can't believe they knocked out Bayern Munich and Manchester City. Also, in better news, Longford Town have won a match. And as a result of finally put... Bose, could you pick it up a little bit, lads? I know you're, like, doing things, but, like, come on. Okay, coefficient. Well, the annoying thing is they keep drawing games, so they're not actually getting a lot of coefficient points for us, but nevertheless, they have. We're up to 14 points now, which is the best we've done, nearly, since we got the big set. Longford with the most unrealistic... Look at Italy. 18 points. Italy might get fucking third at this rate. The irony is, we're having, once again, the 5th best season. We're just at the moment not quite there. Yeah, what on earth have Italy been up to? They probably, like... I bet all 4 sides got through then. Juve versus... That means... Actually, that's kind of worse, because it means one of them's going to get through no matter what, so they're guaranteed coefficient points from this round. They can't both get knocked out. And then it's Napoli versus... Italy are going to win both the European... They're going to win the other 2 tournaments, aren't they? They're going to win both of them. Sevilla might give them a run. Sparta Prague, by the way, semi-finals for the 2nd year in a row, won the competition last year. Whew. And then Rangers Liverpool. Oh, Scotland are doing better than us this year. Yeah, because of Rangers. Although it's weird, though, considering how... Think of all the money that Sligo Rovers are getting, by the way, from these. Like, I know we're seeing the cash here, but think of what they're getting from this. That must be making... Has that actually... I wonder if that's affected their... Shouldn't have affected their rep, should it? No. It might do at this point. Did we beat Barca? Yes, we did. We beat Barca by 3-0, but that is not the story. Because Sligo Rovers beat Manchester City on penalties and are into the semi-finals where they'll face Benfica, who beat Real Madrid 4-0 in the second leg to get through. The coefficient's already been updated, so that what I just showed, that was with these results taken into account, basically. Oh, the highlight. In fact, let's just have a look at the Sligo City game. How much did they mug them off? Oh. A lot. They mugged them off a lot. The one thing I would say is we can't really watch it because I think it shows the penalty shootout as well, and that would just take forever. They missed 3 penalties. Man City missed 3 penalties. I'm going to save wiping down the underside of the desk, Stewie, just in case Sligo pull off an absolute miracle and get to a Champions League final. I'd almost feel bad playing them in the Champions League final because they will get absolutely destroyed because they can't field their own... Unless we threw it. That would certainly do things. But I almost wouldn't want to because it's an all-Irish final. If it was to get to a final, I'd be tempted. But I don't know if I want to throw it like that. Yeah. No, I don't think you can throw a champion. The one opportunity I said that I would throw would be if it was a chance to get one of them into an all-Irish final, but the two finals weren't us. Then I would throw it. But not actually in the final, I don't think. You can play against Parrot Cubs in Europe. Oh, they can. Oh, if they can, then no problem. Then we'll just play it. That would make sense, I guess. I think they'll get such a rep boot just for playing there, honestly. Right. When is the next round? So we got Shamrock, Court. PSV. I can't believe they knocked out Manchester City. I can't believe of all the teams, it was us. Well, it was them that managed to pull it off. Trinity Loan Farm. Oh. This never happened with Norway. I don't think a Norwegian side ever got past the round of 16. Maybe once got to a quarter-final. But the fact that we had two sides in the quarterfinals and we've had a team in the semis is just unbelievable. Oh, they'll refuse them. At that point, I wouldn't even care. Honestly, if they won the Champions League, that would be the sort of, not even save complete, but like a thing I didn't ever think would happen. I honestly thought it would be easier for us to get number one on the coefficients than it would be to have a different Irish side win the Champions League. That's incredible. Right. Doesn't really matter what lineup we play here, does it? Although I don't really want to put Manea up top if I can avoid it. Holy God. This is insane. What? Like, literally, what could have been just a normal stream of us just, you know, doing things, doing some good stuff in the Champions League ourselves has turned into something so much bigger than that because of what's going on with Sligo at the moment. Well, I'm almost not that interested in what we're doing. Longford win again. Back-to-back wins for the Long Boys. Yeah. See, now they're starting to bring it back. 9 straight for us. Also, that's still no goals conceded, by the way, in the league this season. We've played 10 matches and not conceded a goal yet. This tactic is so damn stable. I think that would be my best. If we managed to find a way to get Sligo to win a Champions League, like, actually, then that would be my work done. I think I would want to finish the save, obviously. We continue to do what we're doing. But what do you reckon? Yeah, I think we might get fucked by PSG and then Sligo beat Benfica. And then we'd still be watching a final, obviously. It just wouldn't be us. In a way, that's kind of almost the best case scenario, provided they were able to win it. I'd rather them beat PSG in a final than us. It depends on the timing, but I suspect it'd be another stream, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to watch the final properly. And I feel like if it was something so special like that, we'd have to make... The problem with doing finals like that at the end of random streams is that people don't get a chance to know that it's happening. Heads up about pie. No, I wouldn't throw the final if we faced them. We talked about this earlier, the one scenario that I would throw, and that's not it. The one scenario I would throw is if there were 3 Irish sides in the semis, and we were facing one of them, I would throw to let that side go to the final, but not the other way around. I know it's happening, and that's all I care about. That's the thing, exactly. Put Pog in charge of it is Sligo. That's annoying because she wouldn't be here if it was Thursday, so she wouldn't be around. Right. Let us do it again. We just keep moving. Keep progressing through. The seed, yeah, the scenes when it's neither of us. But can you imagine the scenes if Sligo reached the Champions League final? Like, that's some achievement to get a team to the Champions League final you're not even managing. That's like repairing something from, like, in France through the Channel Tunnel from this side of the channel. Valve with another good performance. Yeah, Sligo really are very good, aren't they? Like, they actually seem to have assembled the best squad, despite the fact that Trotter has fully hit the ground running at Sligo Rovers. 8 goals in the league, 3 in the Champions League since he joined them. He only joined them in January to replace the injured Daniel. I'm so glad. I'm almost glad that Antonio got injured now. I just don't know if he would have done that. Genuinely. Right. Oh, there was a Harry Bishop Ultras there. My apologies. Chatto. We need to celebrate this. We need to celebrate Sligo's success. I'm going to put Sligo Rovers on the screen while we do a Harrow Bishop Ultras here. That's it. Sligpa. That's the one, Matt. You know it. There they are in all their majesty. You know what to do, chat. Jake Casey's doing a wonderful job. I'll give you 5 seconds. And a 5. And a 4. And a 3. And a 2. And a 1. And we go.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
And I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harrell and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I have a prediction for you about what's going to happen in these groups, in these final games. Almost hoping that I'm wrong. I reckon that we beat PSG. Scrape pie. But I reckon that Benfica are going to absolutely hump Sligo just out of nowhere. I reckon they'll win the tie like 5-1 on aggregate and we'll be like, what? Confirm Sligo result. Yes. So Sligo are in the Champions League semis, Scott. They beat Manchester City on penalties. So they're in the semis against Benfica and we're playing PSG in the semis. So it's 2 Irish sides in the semis. And we're not on the same side either, so it could potentially be an all-Irish final. If they beat Benfica. I sounded like Richard Keys then. Benfica. Andy. Benfica. He'll also on loan, that's fine. Yeah, Benfica could finally break the curse of Bella Gutman. Coefficient, well, it hasn't changed since that game because we haven't played any more since then, but it only didn't get us that much. Plus, Italy had an insane run, so Italy are going to overtake us this year no matter what. It would be beautiful. Oh, did I mention... I mentioned this earlier, but I realised it was quite towards the start of the stream. No matter what situation we are in the season, when it comes to the... Fulham, on the 9th of... No, the 9th. The 8th of October, which will be the final stream before I go away, no matter what part of the season we're in during that stream, we're going to do the entire season. So if we come in, say, it's the Champions League group stages, we'll be going all the way through to the Champions League final if there was one. So it could be a really long stream, potentially. That way we finish on whatever. We actually finish on something proper, and then I'll be away for a week and a bit, and then we'll be back for the looking forward streams. Benfica have reached a final before. They got humped in the final by, I believe, PSG, but they did reach a final about 5 years ago in this save, so it's not entirely unheard of. Right, so it's 4 days till that. Youth Prospectos. You're going nowhere near the squad, Sonny Jim. Do the Kitbasher... Kids can get bash update automatically. It depends on what you mean by automatically. So, like, there's still a manual element to it. So, when you put them in the folder, you still have to go and refresh the skin and stuff like that. Yes, we'll be doing Hungary, Shane, with MTK Budapest. Benfica's curse does still remain, it would seem, yes. I don't want Sow in the lineup. I want Mamani in there. I want to make sure there's no one in this team that has a chance of playing in that second leg, just in case. Where's Schmidt? Oh, he's in the team. Actually, Kvetic should be fine to play. This is where he gets injured. Okay. God, I'm going to need another piss at this, right? I'm actually going to need a nervous wee. Next building nation team, like I said, is MTK Budapest. It's the curse of Bella Gutman. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but essentially it's that... Oh, we considered a goal. First time this season. That they would never win another European trophy. Sligo, smash. Tross has just scored another hat-trick. Oh, Daniel... They're playing in the same team now. They're playing in the same team. You better watch out, Benfica. They've got Daniel Antonio back. Watford got a point, though. That's annoying. Would have been a good save. Ujpest are not a second-tier side, though, are they? They're in the top flight, as far as I'm aware. Has to be a second-tier side, which is why it's MTK. Treaty Chamberlain cursed them, yeah. I'm not even going to engage with those players when they complain about the position time thing now, because as we've already worked out, that's total bollocks. Oh, mate. Oh, it's the Europa Youth League final, which we're actually in for once. It's been a little while. Never mind. Disregard. We move. PSG play that flat 4-4-2, which can be really good or really bad against us at the same time. We either smash someone or we lose heavily. Trotter scored 11 times for Sligo this season in the league already. I think... Have we just accidentally got a stroke of genius by loading Trotter. Do Sligo, what system does Sligo play? Do they play a 4-4-2? They do. Oh, they've got both of them in their lineup. They've got Liam Narsons in there too. That's a really strong midfield. Gregera is an Argentinian international. Magdi is an Egyptian international. And Jovanovic, I believe, is a Norwegian international. Yeah. Don't think Figueroa... Oh, yeah, he got Irish caps, didn't he? Contreras? He's not one of ours, is he? Oh, yeah, he's the guy that's got 88 caps for Chile. What have I missed? Oh, mate. I'll just sum it up for you. Sligo are in the Champions League semi-finals. That's pretty much the best way I can sum it up. Sligo are in the Champions League semis. Piast. I'll make a pie out of you. No, Narsons is the... They're worth so little because FM's fucked. This is Narsons. He is very good. Like, very, 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 very good. But he's not the 4-star guy. That was Obradovic, I think. He's the one at Dundalk. He varies, of course, but he's very, very good as well. But yeah, I have no idea. Their values are appalling. They're any good. They're a little bit good, yeah. Sligo's manager, Jake Casey. Let's have a look at Jake Casey, actually. Wow, I mean, look at that. Motivational people management right there. He has motivated them to be fantastic. He's been here for 10 years now. Shame he's never won anything, really, because we've won everything. But if anyone could, it's this man, Jake Casey. Watch him get nicked to be the next Longford manager. If you win Champions League, you do get Champions League next season. Yeah. Motivation 20 is probably what's doing it for him, honestly. It would explain how they... Again, we've only scored a few more goals. He does look worried. And to be fair, I don't blame him. He's about to take his Sligo Rovers side into a European semi-final. Oh, hello. Bogdanov, this is not the time, bud. Graham Potter type beat. All right, Bishu. That's fine. And then we have one little chat with him and he should be all right. Oh, no. And then... Oh, it's playing time. Wait. That should be fine, right? No? Okay. Really? Now of all times, the day before we play in the Champions League. Matchday regulations. I believe it has a couple. It's not as... Hungary is nowhere near as free-for-all as Ireland is. There are a couple of regulations, especially in the Hungarian Cup, but I don't believe they're that bad. If someone could catch me up on what the Hungarian rules are, they're still pretty relaxed, though, from what I remember. If both reach the final, I don't know, actually. It depends on how they reach the final, like what method they take in terms of the games. So that's not happening. I guess Saki's back again. But do I want to put... Lukacic surely has to start, right? He's been too good lately. Like, as much as I like Saki lately, it feels to me like Lukacic should start because he's just had a higher average rating and he usually plays in the middle, doesn't he? Just make sure Horvitz on his... He's got a reasonable left foot. What about Nezzy? Weak. Okay, and Lukacic? Strong. Okay, in that case, in theory... Actually, with him being good on both feet, pegging the middle is probably not the worst idea for him, is there, really? And I don't want Saki in midfield, obviously. We want... Even though he's upset at me, I still wouldn't mind starting Bogdanov. Oh, no, hang on. We'll do Sao away from home because it's the defensive option. 25-man squad. Yeah. The cup matches actually will be a good way of testing some players out, in fairness. Enjoy strict homegrown rules. I don't mind them, but for these purposes of these saves, strict homegrown rules are utterly useless because they mean it basically defeats the point. Because then you can't sign players the way that you need to make this work. The only reason these Irish sides have been able to have all these players is because of the lack of homegrown rules. Right. I want Tribovic and I want... Oh, Benea, and then I want Christensen through the middle. That's what I was missing. Also, credit to Swanetsky for keeping a good clean sheet against Barca last time out. Those are all shit players, aren't they? Have I got that switched on? I do. Right, let's get rid of that. Who we actually got? Bellows, a backup striker just in case. No, Dimitrov could do that job if we needed him to. Oh, Thies Freeze has to be on the bench. What am I doing? That's what it was. Oh, lordy lord. Right. Okay, so they're going 4-4-2. This could be an absolute bloodbath at times. Where's that guy that scored loads of goals against us last year? Or was that PSG? There was a guy they had on the right side called like Antonio or something. Raul Antonio that used to dribble through us. Oh, there he is. Juan Antonio. It looks like they've left him out. He absolutely tore us apart last season. That's good. that he's not in the lineup because he was outrageous. Right, I need another pee. So I'm going to have a nervous wee. And I will be back in a second. Cereal box puns, my friend. Not cereal box, just cereal puns. Back in a sec. So one of the things we're going to change about it, Airy, is we're actually going to edit things like infrastructure and stuff like that before we start the save, because it's the only way that we'll actually be able to make the save realistic long term. Oh dear. Borussia Mönchengladbach is solid. Shreddy and Ketia. David Weetabix, great. Snap, crackle and clop. Pookie Crisp. Craven Cottage, good work. Very solid. Declan Rice Krispies, standard. Very good. Dale Fry Up. That's not a cereal. Well, I suppose if you eat it in a bowl, right? Okay. I've had my nervous wee. Steve McMuffinman. Speaking of half. Right. Let's do this. This is massive. I'm literally more nervous about what's going on in the other game than I am in our game right now. We owe them, apparently, which means that, of course, it was them that fucked us last season at the semi-final stage. We've reached the semi-finals or better in the last 4 years in a row. Might even be 5, actually, now I think about it. We are very good. Vincent Kompany is the manager. I noticed that they haven't got Ali Tikin in their team anymore, which is fascinating. Right. Away leg for Sligo first. Away leg for us first. He's Spanish, but he is of Chinese descent. In the sense that he was born in China, but he's a naturalized Spaniard. Came through at Real Madrid Castilla. They bought him off of Dundee United for 92 million pounds. Oh, Trubovic. Good first touch. He's already through. He's already scored. It's Paris Saint-Germain 0, Treaty 1. Angelo Trubovic gives us the lead away from home. Very nice. Oh, lovely start. That was really good work. Really weird goal, though, because he picks the ball up here, and then he just takes it past the defender, gets goal side, and he's just shielding him. It's a great... The keeper's literally dived the wrong way as well. Great fin... God, Angelo is so good. Did I just see that Benfica had taken the lead? I'm fairly certain I saw it was 1-0 Benfica. I might be wrong about that, but it looked like it to me. Ordine down the left-hand side. For me, it's all about just staying in it in this foot. Fucking hell. Kickoff goal. PSG equalised straight from the kickoff. Good. I hate those ones, because it's like any of you could have cut that out. Any of you. We just have to stay in this tie until the second leg. Yeah, and it's 1-0 to Benfica as well. Oh, dear. We had hope for, like, a few seconds. We need to... I want to see Trotter. All I want to see on that screen is Trotter and doing things. Like, he's already scored 3 times for them in the Champions League this season, in the knockouts alone. I need to see more of that. Sal's being pushed really far back here. And then he's just not really... He was pushed all the way back, and then he just didn't track the runner. Yeah, Trotter red card, I suspect. Right, go on. Nice clearance. Except, yeah. Latter stages. I believe it's semi-finals. Maybe. Right, that should be fun. What on earth was that? Good lord. Got away with one there, honestly. Shouldn't be having those sort of situations at all. Oh, no. The bad passing starting. Oh, come on. Wow. If Nico Book could finish a bit better, they'd be in a really good spot right now because they have just had 2 golden chances there. 2-0 to Benfica. Oh, and it's fucking Hausken as well. The former Sligo Rovers loan player has scored against them. I bet he celebrated too. 3-0. Oh, my lord. What on earth? What? Why did he slide tackle it there? Well, they're not happening, is it? Benfica are doing what they did to Real Madrid. Just doing it in the first leg this time around. I reckon we both go out here. What good save from Swanetsky. Home leg advantage. Yeah, the problem is, one thing I've noticed is that Irish sides never take advantage of the home leg advantage a lot of the time. They very often batter teams as if they've got the advantage, but they never get the goals to go with it. That's the biggest problem. Unless they pull off an absolute miracle comeback, which they have done before, but that's just desperately disappointing from them so far. Benfica are very good. At the moment, we're not looking great again either. It might require the similar stuff that we did in the first leg against Barca, although, ball over the top for P-Christ. He's barely had a touch of the ball today. Okay, strange decision, but we keep going. He's got Sowins. Oh, what a touch! Oh. Well, that would have been a really nice goal if it had come to anything, but this game's kind of even with PSG just edging it slightly, I'd say. But that's fine for the away. Oh, go on. Miguel Ramos banger? No. Little Oh. Oh. It's been a pretty tight game. I'd say it's 1-1's pretty much fair at the moment, actually, as it goes. Pretty much dead even. Right. Varus has really struggled for them. Interestingly. Ramos again has struggled today. Strikers have been okay. Let's have a look at their team, see where they're really struggling. Their left back is really, really struggling, which is good. We'll just sort by who's actually on the pitch. They've already had to make a substitution for Aldane as well. Oh, God. Juan Antonio's on. Immediately go after him because we know how dangerous that man can be. If anything's going to happen in the second period, it's going to be because of him. They did lose 3... Yeah, but if they get such a large victory... What I suspect is going to happen is that they'll probably lose like 3-0 in this game. In the second leg, Sligo will hammer Benfica, but they'll only win like 2-0 when they should have like 5 or something. That's what I'm expecting. I find that our Irish sides never take advantage of those home domination games. I'm going to switch it slightly. Leave it at that for now. Because we aren't losing or anything, so... At the moment, anyway. Things are pretty okay currently. 4-0. They'll have like 1.2 XG or something. Trubovic. I mean, I think barring... Is it 5 now? Oh, fuck off. Right, yeah. Barring an absolute miracle, the biggest miracle in the history of football, Sligo have absolutely muffed it up. I want to know... I reckon they'll have been FM'd absolutely horribly. That's my suspicion. I reckon in the end, when we look at both legs combined, I reckon they'll probably been dead even. But it's not going to matter if they lose 5-0. Trubovic, Manea, it's 2. It's 2-1, and Octavian Manea has done it again. 2-1 up away at the Parc de France, but at the very least, it looks like we're doing very, very well in the Champions League and might well be heading towards another final. But still a long way to go.
It's good.
But it won't matter if that doesn't... Well, it will matter. New Andy! Thank you for the follow.
Very depressing.
Manea really does just come up when it matters most, doesn't it? Like, we're a bit fortunate to be in front here again. Oh, they need a great... Exactly. Sligo have risen from their ruins. That's what I want to be saying in the next round. Vares. Good ball in. I thought that was going to be a penalty then. Okay, good. No. Get out to him. They could, but I think it's very unlikely. Benfica did get absolutely humped, though, by Real Madrid in the first leg. But it's the fact that it's 5-0. If it was like... Imagine conceding that goal. Which we haven't because he was offside. Did he, like, anticipate that and slide tackle that in? Oh, he was offside there. Wait, what? How does that work? That wasn't the same... Surely he got back onside prior to that, right? That was weird. Or is it just a weird glitch of the line? Right. Okay. Who's struggling? Honestly, Ramos is a little bit. Move Lukic up, get Saki in there. I know Lukic hasn't been great either, but actually it's probably been worse, if anything. Sal's been okay, actually. Fuck it. I like freshening up both fullbacks because it really does give us a load of extra oh, now Figueroa is injured too. Oh. Come on. That's fine. That's not a dangerous header. Oh. Yeah, Sligo now with an injury as well. That's so disappointing. I'm terrified to look at the stats for that game because if they've been fairly humped, then fine. But if that is going to be, I am sad because it's just with what was on the line here, and then for them to have that kind of result, given who they've played and how they've played, they beat Bayern Munich, they beat Manchester City. Oh, Peter Christensen. Oh, if he scores, what a stop! Then it would suck if they got absolutely FM'd out of it. That's what I mean. It would just be really kind of sad. Replace him with Hamza Saki, a man who's already on the pitch. Good luck. Club World Cup, I think it happened in 2048, so it's been a while, so it won't be around till 2042, I don't think. They were a little bit fortunate, yeah. Yeah, I suppose. But honestly, at this point, I'm not really that bothered. I want them to have as much luck as possible. If we could give them some of our luck, I'd be happy with that, honestly. Harris Heller in goal, yeah. It looks like he's getting a stream beating at the moment. If we could grab a third goal. I mean, I'd settle for 2-1, obviously. That's a stupidly good result. But if we did grab a third, it would make it so much more difficult. There's that pass again. I find that Radojic plays those passes way more than Niakshu does to Christensen, where he just tries to slip him in rather than running down and crossing. I wonder if it's just because Christensen... I wonder if it's because he doesn't have the runs with ball more often trait. And instead, he just tries to play passes instead of what on earth? Oh, dear. 6-0. 6-fucking-0. Are you shitting me? There is no way that game is going to have the stats of a 6-0 game. Oh, no. Not like this. Fuck off. Fuck off with your stupid guaranteed goals. Those free kicks are the worst thing about FM22. Guarantee a goal every time. That needs to not be in the next game. Because every time you get a free kick in that position, it's a goal. Which is just simply completely unrealistic. That's very annoying. Do you know what? We played really well there. I still think we did quite well. 2-0 away from home. Everyone becomes like prime Ward Prowse from that distance. Like, it's just insane. Still going to yell at them, obviously. What is it that makes it a guaranteed goal? The free kick on the edge of the area like that. I would say 99% of the time are guaranteed goals. Whenever you see the highlights start with one. In key highlights, that is. I'm dreading to look at the other game. 6-0. I'm very curious to see how badly they just got absolutely... And Hausken, their former player, scored against them. Right, ready? Predictions. How much XG do you think Benfica generated in this game? I actually reckon 2.1. And I reckon Sligo would have probably got like 0.9. So it probably like a 2-1 kind of win kind of range. I reckon that's what we're looking at here. I'm prepared to be completely wrong as well, by the way. Like if they've got like 4, then it's like fair one. FM, have a fucking word, mate. $1.9. 6-0. How is it always? It's always goalkeepers as well. It feels like it's... Oh, do you reckon the rep thing affects the goalkeepers more than it does anyone else? I wonder if that's the thing. Vilgoot, thank you for the follow. Have you noticed, though, how whenever we have those games, it's always the goalkeeper that's bad? It just feels to me like it affects the goalkeepers of the lower rep team is what actually gets affected by it. Because they always have shit games against bigger sides. Obviously, they're better players, but it is interesting to me how it always seems to be the goalkeepers. Let's have a little look at how this happened. Very, very tight angle. Probably should have done better. Normally, they save those. Generally speaking, your goalkeeper saves those. Like, that's a good finish, to be fair. How good is Sligo's goalkeeper? Probably not fantastic, but my point is that he was fine before. How was he not offside there? He took it around the goalkeeper. That doesn't happen very often. Oh, no, this is a defensive error, isn't it? Yeah. Oh. I mean, it's just lethal from Benfica, isn't it? Absolutely lethal. Banger. Yeah, it feels like this should be higher than 1.9, honestly, but I also feel like this is broken for games that you're not watching, as we've already shown. Because we found that game where a team won 1-0 from a penalty and there actually was 0.34. Which was literally impossible. Bizarre. That's frustrating, considering how good their backline actually is. I mean, they're not going through, are they? I would like them to at least win the second leg. Broke his arm in that game too. Ah, mate. Nah, those chances, I guarantee you, are not as high as that when you actually think about it. Because it's the angles. FM really does ham up the angles. Regular for first team place. It's almost like you're not in the first team. Like, you're a future prospect, my friend. That's what that means. I wouldn't have set that as your status if you weren't a future an opportunity to challenge for a regular place in the team. Well, yeah, but... Okay, fine. I'll loan you out. I was going to do that anyway, to be fair. Cedeno. Right, he definitely needs to go at some point. It's a frustrating one. To be fair, the fact that they've got there at all is still a massive achievement. But I just felt that maybe against someone like Benfica, they could have done something. Against Real Madrid, if they lost 6-0, they'd been like, you know what, it is what it is. But then this Benfica side did beat Real Madrid, so... Oh, that's fine. He actually accepted it. Big up, Ivan. Well played, lad. Plus, what you're forgetting, Chato, is there's still the potential of the biggest comeback in the history of football in the second leg. Remember, their manager does have 20 motivation. If they came back from that, I don't think I would would have never seen anything like our club rep. 5-star, I think. Worldwide. As high as you can go. Oh, if that happened, yeah, indeed. Yeah, they'll lose like they'll be 6-0 up going into stoppage time, and then they'll concede with a guaranteed free kick on the edge of the box. It's going to require a lot of motivation, but we know how big the home advantage swing is in FM. Although what I would say is, Sligo actually haven't won a match in the knockouts yet. They've drawn every single game and won on penalties. They did get 2-0 up against Bayern, though, in fairness. Past current regulations, that's good. Yep, nice to see. Yeah, it's because we've had a lot of centre-backs with all our back fives. Greta used to use a 5-star. We are. It's just that it's being upgraded at the moment. So once it's upgraded, it will go back to 5-star again. Right. This is rotation, isn't it? Because we've got... Yeah. Moist Treaty Legends. The best. I'm moist when I see them. Right. Romani again. And then Bello. And then Jizzy. And that's good. Sickety boo. Yeah, the Trubovic money is no longer considered as part of the FFP. How do you have a real-life Polish person as your chairman? So the game actually does that. When you get taken over, you can get taken over by real-life people. And we did. I believe the guy that took us over before that was also real. The German goalkeeper. Swanetsky's just started developing at the exact right moment, I think, for his career. And as a result, he's taken over the goalkeeping spot again. They were kind of both being average or worse, and then Swanetsky started developing faster than him. And started just putting up slightly better ratings, so we won the spot off of him. Which is ironic, considering we signed the guy to replace him, but hey. Got to go where the form is, I suppose. played as a striker. Let's see how often you're playing as a striker. Let's see if you've actually got a reasonable... Oh. So, to clarify, Derek City proposed that Ishana would have been mainly played as a striker at his loan spell. Often being played outside of the position. He has played 9 games this season, all of which have been as a striker. How is this game so broken? I believe Mike Murphy was... Well, we at least found some guys. Could be role, but it doesn't say that. The contract didn't specify his role. It only specified the position, striker. You can tell them a role, but I didn't tell them a role. I specifically said striker. So any complaint after that is just complete nonsense. Because I know you can set a role for them, but I don't, for that obvious reason, because I don't want that same nonsense coming back on us. It's just FM being FM again, unfortunately. Oh, good. Often using the agreed position. Right, what position was that? Let's have a look. What position were you promised? Centre-back. Where have you been used? Okay, he has played left-back a couple of times, but also most of the games have been as a centre-back. God damn it, man. Mid-game. The game doesn't care. The game doesn't know that you do that. So it doesn't care where you put players mid-game, really. It only matters where they start. Hence why the impact sub squad status is utterly not useful, because you can't actually use a player as an impact sub, because if you do, if you brought a player in as an impact sub in every single game, it wouldn't count them as having played any... They'd play minutes, but their squad status would still show as like surplus to requirements, because the game only cares where they start the match, not where they finish, or if they come off the bench a lot of the time, which is really annoying. Niggers. I'm not even going to bother looking at these. They're all... Compete for a starting role. It's a fringe player. In fairness, he hasn't played as much as I thought he would this year. I'm in a hoodie, but I'm also wearing shorts. Because it's actually only 20 degrees in this room at the moment. I was genuinely cold this morning before I started stream, so I was like, right, fuck it, we're putting a hoodie on. We're going to hood it up. I haven't worn this hoodie in ages. That guy's looking very good, isn't he? 8 million quid. Oh, he's a bit filthy. He's exciting. I like him. Right, here we go. Miracle moment for us all, chat. Didn't I also say my prediction was that they were going to get absolutely humped by Benfica? I didn't realise it was going to be as bad as that. I think I predicted 5-1 on Ag. So, yeah. All right, so Lukacic. Actually, you know what? We'll keep Saki in. I think he deserves a chance. Christensen there. Bogdanov in on the right because it's a home game. You know what? I'm going to go Bogdanov and Radojic. Because why the hell not? 3 red cards, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Time to save. Honestly, I reckon if we tried to save... Firstly, we'd have to save scum our own match in the same process, which would be a pain in the arse, I suspect. Because obviously if we did that, we'd have to like... What would it be like? Insta result or something? But also, I reckon you'd probably have to... I don't think you'd ever would. I think, honestly, I don't think we'd ever be able to. Even if we kept replaying that match, there's no way they'd win by enough goals. How many times? I think it would take days, honestly. I don't know how long. I don't know how long that would take to do each reset, I suppose. But like, I don't know. Freeze on bait. Oh shit, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I think Radojic to start today. I like that link he has with Christie. The young Celtic centre back. Have to manage Benfica. You literally would, yeah. You'd have to manage Benfica and then throw the match. There he is. That's the Celtic centre back guy. He's very good. Hilariously worth less than that guy that's at Dundee United, but there you go. I still reckon Sligo will win this game, by the way. In fact, here's my prediction. In fact, should we do an over and under? I'm actually doing a proper prediction for you, chat, because I think this might be quite a fun one, right? Start prediction. You'll see what it is when it pops up. You probably can guess, right? Okay. And I'll give you a minute. Right, there you go. So, it's will Sligo get more or less XG than the 1.9, which was what Benfica got in the first game. Over under on whether they beat the XG that Benfica got. I want to see how close the XGs over the two legs are going to be, basically. So you've got a minute on that one. So under. Interesting. I think they might still get over. I reckon it might be like 2.1 or something, and they'll score like 1 goal and win 1-0, or draw 1-1. God, that's a lot of channel points. Then again, we had like 1 million channel points on the... Can we watch it? No, you can't watch matches that are on at the same time as yours, which is unfortunate. I reckon they might get a penalty and miss it. Jesus, that's a lot of points. Might have to make those song requests a little bit more expensive when it comes to Open 23. It's only 500,000. Right, okay. Let's go. Moment of truth. As if something's going to happen. That penalty won't count for us. Probably not, no, yeah. Rebel Salts manager. Is it Shesko? Champions League semi-finals aren't at the same time, though. I mean, real life, give a shit. This is what's happening. Like, whether it's in real life or not, this is what's happening. They are on at the same time. Because of the Wednesday-Saturday thing. Well, actually, that shouldn't affect it. It's weird how in the game that's the case, actually, because the Wednesday-Saturday thing shouldn't affect those games being at the same time, do they? Weird. Antonio starting for PSG. Oh, good. Well, F's in chat. I think we should... Oh, I don't know. I would hate if it was a PSG Benfica final. I would loathe that idea. Right, come on, Sligo. Do a miracle. Oh, no. Literally within a minute, we'll be behind from a corner, won't we? We conceded in the last minute of the last game and the first minute of this game. We were 2-1 up away from home going, yeah, this is going to be fine. And now we're losing already. He's just out-jumped 2 of them there. How tall is Nino Bush? Well, that's a good start. Watch us just at random not get the benefit of the home advantage for some reason. Okay, good. Really nice header from Radojicic there. To actually not just give the ball away, but to actually put that back into the play. Really good stuff. Yeah, we've become so Sligo focused that we forgot about ourselves. Oh, go on. Square it. Come on. Oh. Or just dick about with it forever. That's fine too. Ball in. Christensen. Yeah, it's onside. It's onside. It's 1-1. Come on. Christensen really is a Champions League big game player. He's been the top scorer in the Champions League the last 3 years in a row, despite not being that prolific in the league most of the time. Oh, Valev might be offside. Good point. Nope, it's awarded. Oh. Come on. How was Valev not offside there is my question. I would like to know, because it looked to me like Valev was offside. Christensen was behind the ball, but Valev... Oh, my lord, it's 7-0 already. 7-0 down. They beat Bayern Munich and Manchester City. Oh, what a pass. So back to 3-3 on aggregate. We're making it hard for ourselves, as is the norm. Christensen's played him on... Oh, my lord. Well, 9 minutes in and we're actually losing again. Oh, my God. This is going to be one of those games, isn't it, where every shot is a goal. Nope, just straight in. Yeah, he's miles onside. Really good run from him, honestly. 2-0. It's 8-0 on aggregate. What on earth is Sligo doing? Every shot... Oh, no. We're having a few more shots now. I think those of you that went under probably might have picked the right horse in that race. Unless they're still getting FM'd. Like we are. As per. Their only 2 shots have been goals so far. So that's always fun. I do like it when that happens. That's really good fun. They've scored a goal. Lane has scored a goal for them. 2-2. Now they just need 6 second half goals. I would hate to be Sligo right now. So, first half, pretty good, honestly. If it wasn't for that. Radojicic has been awful, though. So, I suspect that in the actual... Actually, you know what? In the actual at half-time at this point. No time to fuck about with that. And he's in danger of losing his discipline. He's shown no reason why I should keep him on. Ramos has been okay today. Do I just make the same change I made last time, honestly? Fuck it. Oh, dear. I love that they've actually managed to come back, though. Fair play to them on that one. If we go out because of that stupid fucking free kick crap. Again. Valid back in front again. 9-2. Right. Oh, wait, hang on. What am I doing? Oh. Which one? Do we go full on we need a goal? Or do we go... We might as well YOLO at this point, right? I think we might have to YOLO this. Maybe get thighs freeze on, though. To help with the YOLOing. And we've got to go full on. Yeah, we've got to... What was it we used to call it? Order 69. We kind of want Boggy involved in this. Yeah, everything in the kitchen sink. Wow, that Pengu's been dreadful today. This will engage extra presses as well. We will go after you. Go after you as well. I don't know what foot I just got him to trigger there. Yeah, we wanted to change the instructions again, true. I might not put that through the middle. I might just go a bit more free-for-all, though. We've got 20 minutes to do something, because at the moment, this is just embarrassing again. Just yet more FM nonsense. Go on. Give us a goal. Give us a corner goal or something. Just out of nowhere. Let's screw them in the 93rd minute, shall we? Ooh, that was a bit dangerous. We're going to go very aggressive now. We've got no choice. It's Valev. He's into the box. He's been fouled, and that's a penalty. Now, remember, Thighs Freeze is on the pitch this time. Cherbovic, in the last game, or whatever it was, missed a penalty. But now we've got Thighs Freeze on the pitch. Penalty awarded. 17 minutes to go. Thighs Freeze from the spot. If we equalise, I will drop it back to the original one, but not the RPM version. Thighs Freeze scores. Treaty 2, PSG 2. The legend himself continues, even at the age of, I think, 37, to score important goals for Treaty United. He's got us back in it. Come on. Massive time. Oh. Sensational. Right. I'm just trying to see how long I can resist changing it. We've got to change it back in a second, right? Trimovic again. Valev! And put over the line by Hamza Saki for Treaty 3, PSG 2. Oh, my goodness. The young Moroccan with a huge goal. What a header. I say what a header. Was it Valev that gets the header? It's a great stop from the keeper, but Saki's there. Right, now I have to get to the tactics screen as quickly as possible. To switch it from that to that one. Now we slow it right down. Not completely, but just you still want a little bit of pop in their step. We've deserved the win. We've been the better side on the night. We've deserved this. Don't let this one slip through our fingers as well. Oh, I swear to God. All right, good. Clearance. Nice. In fact, it's 2-on-1. Valev to wrap it up. Valev to send us to another final. It's a great stop, but I don't think it's going to matter. No, not to the RPM one. That just wasn't working for us. We're just going to switch to the other version because that seemed to be doing the trick for us here. We've got a couple of minutes left just to see this out. Right, take your time on this, Angelo. No need to rush. We've been the better side in this game comfortably. 3-2 still far too close, but... Oh, it's happened. We're in the final. Treaty United 6, Paris Saint-Germain 4. Massive goal from Stefan Valev. We're into another Champions League final. We've had to fight hard for it this time around as well. But bang, beautiful header. Valev from these corners in the second half has been absolutely amazingly good. Sadly, Sligo are going to go down 3-2, a 9-2 loss on aggregate. But we are in the final at the very least. If nothing else, we're going to get ourselves another cheeky Champions League final. Oh. Sligo with the comeback. Wait, was it 3-3 in the end? Wait, hang on. Did they equalise? One sec. I thought it was 3-2 to Benfica. Yeah, they lost. So they lost both legs. But they'll have got a lot of personal coefficient just getting 9-2. Outrageous. Right. Let's see how the XG went. 10 million quid. The final is in 85,000 capacity stadium. Fucking hell. It's the Hungarian national team. I thought it was like Puskás Academy's arena. Compares him to who? Yep, I'd still rather have Valve. Right, okay. Sligo. The moment of truth. What was their XG? Was it over or under 1.9? Oh! Also, can we talk about how yet again they get fucked? By 0.03. Now you know how Sligo feel, because that was an absolute robbery as well. Benfica had 0.7, still scored. Benfica just scored 9 goals off of 2.5 XG. And only conceded twice off of, hang on a minute. What was the XG from the first game? Benfica was 0.9 in the first game, so they got 0.265. And they had, so 0.45. So what was the total of their XGs over the 2 games? Because it sounds to me like Benfica would like scraped it on XG and yet scored 9 goals. I think Sligo would have come out just slightly below. I think Sligo got, what was it, 0.67 in the first leg. So that's what, 9.4, then what, 0.54. So yeah, 2.54 versus 2.65, I think. That's absolutely, and exactly predictable. Look how shit most of Benfica's players played, but just the former Sligo Rovers player who only didn't go back to Sligo Rovers because he broke his ankle. And they refused to take him back. So that's their fault, honestly. That's so frustrating. But again, goalkeepers. It's something to that for me. Right. Okay. Let's quickly just sort this out as well. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I didn't check Pogba. I'll get Pogba on screen while I do the... Right. Points. Points. Prediction outcome. It was under. And I believe that actually pays out quite a lot. Yep, so it was under. Enjoy your points, my friends. Oh. Good money for Sligo, but also Pogba was the Bayern manager. So Pogba is the manager that's responsible for Bayern going out to Sligo Rovers. He has improved, but he's still also lost to Sligo Rovers. And hang on. When was he appointed? Oh no, so he wasn't the manager that lost to Dundalk. That was the previous one, Pellegrino Matarazzo, who was the manager that got knocked out by Dundalk. Wait, what? Who on earth? Oh, it's the real-life Stuttgart manager. Enjoy those 30 points. Don't spend them all at once, though. You hear now. You be careful. Oh. It's frustrating, but at the same time, I am just annoyed that they got battered so badly when it was such a close tie. But I just kind of expected it, because that's just how it works, isn't it? As we've seen with us time and time again. You just don't get the luck of the draw with those sort of things. So we're on 14.7 points now. Italy presumably have got 20.4 points for Italy. Italy are going to overtake Germany. They're going to overtake Germany this season as well. Despite Germany, they're actually having quite a bad year. They've got a 6-point gap on us in 1 year. What the hell happened in the other tournaments then? So Europa League is Milan versus Liverpool. 4-1 winners, 4-2 over Juventus. And it's Napoli versus Sevilla. And they drew both legs 0-0. Wow, what an absolute classic that was between both sides playing catenaccio. Germany having a bad year is very good news, because it means that, particularly with next year, us having... remember, next year's the 17-point season that we lose. 17.9. God damn it, man. I'm still very happy for Sligo for getting as far as they did. But it just felt like if there was ever a chance that an Irish side could go the whole way to the final, it would have been that. Yeah, we won't be able to get the final today. That'll be Thursday's stream. Oh. No. You go away, sir. Oh, wait, hang on. The actual versus should be starting more games. Haven't you started like every game minus the last one? Oh, of course, yeah. It's because he's only started 20 matches this season, in fairness. It's that same shit that you always get when you start resting players for Champions League matches. It's around about this time when they all start complaining. Caffrey has interest in Ashanu. Okay, well, have you considered signing him then? Just a thought. Oh, dear. It was right there for them. I think they still played well enough, but unfortunately, when you concede that many goals off of so little opportunities, it's just welcome to us, innit? Just don't play him in the chat. Yeah, yeah. It's alright, mate. I was resting you for all of the matches now. Only count league games. Yeah, that's super dumb, isn't it? Again. Oh, yeah, we'll full match the Champions League final. Of course we will. Why not at that point? It's part of the prestige. I'll just let whoever wants to play in this one play, to be honest. When is the Champions League final? We don't want to... Oh, yeah, we can watch a couple of matches. No need for us to be simming these ones, because otherwise we'll just get to the Champions League final and have to stop, so... Oh, I forgot to put Jizzy in. Shit, yeah. Oh, well. Jizzy can play against Cabinteely next, which would actually be quite an option for him because they're crap. Yes, we have won the Champions League. We won it 3 years ago. We beat Chelsea in the final 1-0. On the plus side, we get to play Benfica in a Champions League final, which, in theory, should benefit us. Wow, Sligo's form is not good, is it? Sligo winning the Champions League. Oh, the Sligo winning the Champions League would have been way more impressive. I honestly think that Sligo winning the Champions League, if they had done, would have been more impressive than us even getting to number 1 on the coefficients, genuinely. Like, I never expected, even if we were to somehow find a way to get to number 1, I never expected another Irish side to win the Champions League. I figured that the best way we'd get that would be by having them do really well in the Europa Conference League and maybe having the occasional semi-final appearance in the Champions League. Mainly because winning the Champions League isn't even worth that much in coefficient. But I just never expected them to get that far. But it just feels like if that was their chance to do it, was this year. Given that they got up against probably, I say the weakest side that scored 9 goals, but a team that was slightly unfancied compared to some of the others in there. I felt that was the moment that they could have turned it into magic. And maybe, I mean, the thing is, on another day, they probably do win that tie, and that's the most sucky thing about it. I don't want to see rather they got battered on the stats as well. At least then I could have been like, well, fair enough, they were just worse, and they were. But I think it just comes down to goalkeepers again. It feels like that's the balancing mechanic, is the goalkeepers. It makes goalkeepers perform worse when you're up against the high reputation. I know there's an element of like, well, the players are better, so they're going to score more chances, but the whole point of XG is it's supposed to measure that sort of stuff sensibly. So they might score a bit more on average, but it feels that goalkeepers are genuinely really poor in those big games. Because it's not like Sligo don't have good players. Look at what Trotter was able to do. Like, those are good players, but yet the opposite team's goalkeepers always seem to perform extremely well against them too. It's just a little disappointing. Speaking of Bayern Munich, actually, what the hell's going on in Bayern Munich in real life? We've got Union Berlin being top of the league, chilling. Meanwhile, Bayern Munich lost their first game of the season. And now it's crisis mode for Bayern. I know they're like 5 points off the top now, aren't they? Christensen really doesn't seem to be able to score very often in the league. The man is just an absolute weapon in Europe. Oh, dearie me. Oh, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting the heartbreak today to come from Sligo Rovers. Yeah, they did draw the De Zerbi to Brighton. I don't know anything about Roberto De Zerbi, so I don't know if that's a good move for Brighton or not, honestly. Like, I mean, he's a name I've heard of, but thoughts, chat. What do you think? Sucking for Dyche. Now, that's the true plan. That's what you've got to do. The worst start to season before at 40. But yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like it's just one of those things. They'll just come good. Oh. Yeah, the final will be on Thursday. We'll do... might even be cool enough that I can actually properly suit up. Then again, I quite like the Hawaiian shirt and suit combo. It works quite nicely for me. I still need to get a bloody run in today somehow. At least we're in a final. It's weird. I feel kind of like almost maudlin, even though we've reached the Champions League final for, well, admittedly the 4th time in the save. But We've been so close the last couple of seasons. Plays rather similar. Okay, interesting. It shows that Brighton have definitely gone up in the fact that they can actually get someone like De Zerbi, though. Hired Howe. Maybe. I don't know if Howe's the type of manager that Brighton would have wanted, honestly. It does feel like they're a bit different of a club than that. I think De Zerbi suits them, maybe, from what I can tell. From what you're saying, anyway. But I guess with any of these things, it's time will tell, isn't it? Jesse Marsh, if not on Leeds. I don't know. Like, Jesse Marsh was still a bit of a risk for Leeds, given that as much as he had an okay track record, he had also had some quite high-profile sort of oopsies. I'm excellent, Mikey. How's it going, my friend? We're just getting over disappointment / elation in the same breath, which is a weird one to be able to say. This right here is basically just punishment now. We are punishing Sligo for their missteps. I intend to put 7 or 8 past them today. Actually finish them. I guess the actually finishing them part is quite important. I do like Brighton as a club. I also like the fact that Fulham are the only team that have beaten them this season. Just saying. Not the Godja under Abramovich. Oh, absolutely not. I think he would have just gone for some high-profile European manager. But I'm still incredibly bored of the... I mean, you'd already know my thoughts on the whole Potter at Chelsea thing. I hate it, honestly. I would have much rather seen him do something at Brighton and make cool stuff there than get 6 months in a job at Chelsea. If it's not perfect, then you're off. I think they're I'm punishing them for not taking their damn chances against Benfica. They should have played better. Longford winning again, by the way, pulling themselves massively out of relegation trouble. Well, that's what I was thinking. Marsh didn't exactly do well with RB Leipzig, did he? So basically the reason for the elation, Mikey, is that we got to the Champions League final, which will be on Thursday, but Sligo Rovers also got to the Champions League semi and were beaten 9-2 on aggregate by Benfica, of all teams. I like things to be interesting, and for me there's nothing that interesting about that. Having him at Brighton and actually having a team that are just threatening to upset the hegemony was interesting to me. Having him at Chelsea doesn't intrigue me in any way. It's just, yeah. Plus, I feel like he's not going to get time to build something if it doesn't go right perfectly, and that kind of sucks. Or maybe he gets the sack really early at Chelsea because it doesn't go right, and then he gets to go to another club and do the same thing as he did at Brighton and have a nice time. Yeah, I've liked, hadn't they started the season quite poorly this year? I saw that, didn't Werner score a hat-trick at the weekend though? Same as all the others, yeah. I like it when managers like that stay at those clubs a little bit longer. It gives the rest of us hope, right? It makes me, sitting as a Fulham fan in 6th place, being like, you know what? Maybe we can achieve something. And by achieve something, the much any club can achieve really there is, hey, we get in the Conference League. I'd fucking love Fulham to get back in the Conference League, into a Conference League. That'd be amazing. Watching Fulham in Europe back in the day was just one of the best things ever. Just playing against all these weird sides. We wouldn't have got things like the Clint Dempsey chip against Roma, and I'm very worried that in a few seasons, once Newcastle establish themselves more, then we won't have anyone. We'll have a top 7, which is the entire European places. And at that point, fuck's the point? It's just going to be 7 teams qualifying for the same European spots every single year, and then everyone else. And at that point, why are we even bothering here? It's worrying. Second at Fulham. I don't know. I'm going to take him at Fulham, obviously, but I like Marco Silva. But admittedly, Marco Silva just he's one kind of job to get a. He's just one club to be like, hello, and his head's turned. Man is a head turner, or rather a head turnee. Just like RFC. No, exactly. We don't want that in real life. Cheeky little 6-0. Doesn't have a big name. Yeah, true, honestly, yeah. Miracle football underdogs overperform. Yeah, but my point is that all of this stuff is going to make it almost impossible for underdogs to overperform because it'll be more and more stacked against them to the point where underdogs overperforming will become rarer and rarer. And then it simply will die out eventually. if you only have those same 7 sides qualifying for Europe every single season, it will completely... Eventually, it will just completely ruin it. Not quite, Mikey. There's 7 European spots. Actually, next year it's technically going to be 6. 7 European spots, and then 2 European... Then a spot that's nothing, and then there's a relegation playoff, then a relegation. Like, I have no interest in watching a Premier League, really, where it's the same 7 sides in the same 7 positions every year. It's bad enough as it is. But it still feels like there's a little tiny bit of... It feels like the door is slowly being shut more and more and more. 2 coefficient places. Yeah, indeed. More of that shit as well. Coefficients there. Technically, we are going to this year because of Italy. No, even if we win the Champions League, it won't matter because Italy have had the best season of any team in Europe and are going to overtake us by 6 points. In fact, they're probably going to overtake Germany as well. So we're going to go down to 5th because there's just nothing we can do about that. And unfortunately, it could get worse because next year we're losing that 17.9 season as well, which is even worse. Oh, really? Didn't you start the last game? I swear he started the last match. Yeah, this is why star player stuff is absolutely pointless. Alright, fine. Whatever. Can we do Italy? Try to get Mitra in January? I mean, they can, but they won't get him. There's just no point. It would be a waste. They're wasting their time. Oh, shit. What? Why can't I loan him back? Oh, don't tell me they're letting his contract expire. Wait, hang on. Why can't I loan him back to them? Oh, is it because we're not in a window? That is the reason, isn't it? It's because we're not in a transfer window, so I can't loan him back to them. So basically, because if he leaves, that's really bad for Shamrock Road. Hang on, he's transfer listed. This guy was worth like £20 million a little while ago, and now he's worth 3. The Irish... The economics of an FM are utterly broken. He was worth like 20 million quid, wasn't he? And now he's worth 3.4 million pounds. Or that's his transfer list value. That's mental. Progressing. He's actually out on loan, so he's at least getting football. But yeah, Mitro's going nowhere. There's not much we can really do about that. There's no point in us just buying him for 3.4 million pounds. Transfer drop down. Might say why he's been listed. Hang on. What, in transfer status? Which drop down? I feel like we should be able to see this information. I keep forgetting this lad has 23 caps for Albania and then 10 caps for Ireland as well. Man's got a lot of caps, to be fair. We should buy him. But there's no point in buying him if he's not going to be able to be loaned back. Optional future fee. Yeah, he won't go back on loan. Yeah, so that's kind of pointless. That's unfortunate. Oh, actually, good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. Loan. Oh, with an optional future fee of £3.4 million. Alright, fine. Because if we loan him, we could just, as you say, not choose to buy him. Phil, thank you very much for the 4 months. That's very kind of you, my friend. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. That's a strong plan, actually. I like that. So yeah, if we loan him for the season with an optional fee and then just don't buy him, well, yeah, we could loan to another team, but we can't guarantee that we'll actually be able to get him a loan. That's the problem. Rejected bids. Hang on. Wait, did they just reject the bids from Sheffield United, AFC? But wasn't that the price they listed him for? Okay. Maybe those teams weren't actually bidding the same amount. Maybe they were bidding less than his value. We just couldn't see it because that was his transfer list. Would he join you on loan, though? I guess we're going to find out. It's weird that they've accepted our bid, though. It means they lose him for like 6 months. Oh, okay, so they bid a little bit less. Let's see if we get this. We could save him here, potentially. 42. I love how Lukacic's value has dropped as well. Are all our player values dropping again? Some of them are. Psycho Cockman, the team of the week. The irony, innit? Still trying to find the logic in it. I'm doing my best as it. Without logic, what can you do, right? New challenge for Andy? No, you're going nowhere, son. There we go. Sorry, Andrew. Withdraw my bid. Why would I withdraw the bid? Because if we withdraw our bid, he'll just go to one of the other teams. Oh, because it's a loan, isn't it? A financial start off from scratch. What do you mean? Oh, hang on. No, there's no interest anymore. So yeah, we can withdraw the bid. There you go. All the other clubs have dropped their interest in him. So we could just take our bid out. I wasn't sure if there's still other clubs in for him, potentially. Ah, those player values, man. I think that's another one of the things we'll have to try to prepare for somehow in the next save. Yeah, they don't want to piss off the Treaty Masters. Come on. Let's get the actual another start if we can. Christensen in as well. And this time, Jizzy. See how he does in the cup. With a relatively with a strong team around him, he should perform quite well, I think. Did you give your club any money? No. That's pointless. We started the save with... We just started... It's just a normal save, you know? So you say about AI finances. Oh, yeah, they should do loads of things. They won't, though. But you'll get some really nice rearranged menus and some really nice meetings that you didn't ever want to use. That's what you're going to get. And you'll get lots of hype around having a Champions League license, which takes 2 seconds to put in with logos and face packs. That's what you're going to get. I think that you need the big sides in the Conference League, even if it's only a couple of them, to create an element of legitimacy. Otherwise, no one would give a shit about it at all. I think that's kind of... You need to have at least a couple of them, I would say. I'll have to do the Harrow Bishops after the game area, unfortunately. Loads of money, that license. Oh, yeah. No, it is loads of money as well. Which you do wonder if that could have been spent on dev stuff to make the game better itself, but then you just don't know, do you? Like... They did. Miles did tease this thing about how we'll be amazed to see how they implement this license, and I'm just like curious. But you are setting yourself up for a massive fall there if that's not anything groundbreaking. This is how dynamic youth rating became such a big deal, because they promised something and just didn't deliver it. Fourth to... Oh, why not? Eh? Crack on. We have Inferno. Yeah, we won 4-2. On the tie. Wait, no. 6? Yeah, 4-2 on the night, 6-4 on the tie. So we are in the Champions League final. I know, it's very unlikely. The theme play. I mean, if that's it, then give a shit. Like, does that improve the game? No. Like, and also, does that open up streamers to copyright claims? Like, genuinely. Because every time... do you remember the one time when we played a little bit of the Champions League theme and got copyright claimed? So, you know... Draws. Yeah, but the thing is, draws, if they do it like in a different way, then all that is, again, is just stuff that doesn't... It's like a nice thing to have, but it doesn't affect the game in any way in terms of the actual playability and the mechanics and the game loop and the things that make the game fun or not fun, you know? Plays it badly on a recorder. Oh, yeah, I mean, I won't use it anyway, because, again, the first thing I do in FM is turn the sound off, right? Should never be made for streamers, made for the majority. Of course, but I'd still like to be able to play it. Like... I'd quite like to actually be able to play the game on stream. Like, obviously, it should be better for the majority, but if you've put yourself in a situation where all of your content creators are no longer able to play the game, that seems a bit stupid. Like... yeah, we did, Scott, yeah. I understand, of course, nothing should be designed for streamers and content creators, of course. But if none of them can play the game without being copyright claimed, that would seem a bit counterproductive. To be Trotter scoring again for Sligo. I also plan on enjoying the game, hopefully. Maybe. We'll see. If there's time. Oh yeah, streamer modes. A lot of games have streamer modes that get rid of stuff like that. But come on now. I can totally see them not doing that and then just having a huge surprise when every single person who tries to play the save on YouTube or on Twitch gets a copyright claim. That'll be fun. You get copyright claims. It depends on what the rights holder want to do. So, for example, all of these streams technically get copyright claims because I don't technically have the licenses for the music that I'm using on this stream for the second channel because I don't have that channel partnered with anybody. So, what can often happen is it will just you just get like you can't. It's not eligible for monetization, but certain rights holders, like UEFA, for example, will mute entire videos. They will take them down. They are very litigious with that kind of stuff. New menu system, everyone freshen it up. Yeah, we need a new menu system. Let's not improve the game. Let's just move the menu system around. The game has sounds. It does. It has crowd sound. Have you never heard them when you first load into a save? On the OST music, I don't know, but it might be that they have a special agreement with the rights holders of that music because they've bought it for those games. But for all we know, that's not how FM's license agreement with UEFA works. We just don't know the ins and outs, do we? It's just game made only for... Yeah, screw the rest of you. Oh yeah, first thing I do is go in and turn off sounds. Like, every single time. We're only 3-1 up against Cabin Teely here. I begin to wonder if Jizzy will ever score goals that aren't penalties. He's trying, bless him. He is trying his hardest. Imagine if FM... well, FM did once have a song, remember? Chase and Status. This is the moment! Which everyone turned off immediately, of course. I don't know why they did that. Because, again, that's what I mean. That sort of stuff is so unnecessary and useless. That doesn't do anything to sell games or make the game better. Just all I want is just for things that improve the game itself. That's all I've ever wanted out of it was things that only improve the game itself. Not solely, of course. You can do whatever you like, but it'd just be nice if there was more emphasis on stuff that actually improved the game and the gameplay mechanics and the gameplay loop. That's what, for me, everything else should come second to that. And it feels like that's slowly been shifting. But, maybe I'm wrong, maybe we'll see. Yeah, they had a song, it was called This Is The Moment by Chase and Status. It was on FM 18, FM 17, I can't remember which one it was. Now, full soundtrack. Oh, mate, sign me up for a bit of Enrique Iglesias. Or, failing that, I could do a bit of Ronan Keating. We can do that song from Notting Hill if you fancy it. Oh. Wording syntax. Yeah, the syntax really is very strange sometimes. Here are clips still around. The clip isn't, because obviously I had to take them down because of the Twitch copyright shit. But it's in the Twitch clips compilation on YouTube. Look forward to hearing my Champions League action with her. I honestly couldn't care less about it. And I would be very surprised if they do, honestly. Suckiest. But if they do, it's not going to affect my... Them having an anthem is not going to affect the way the game is to me. Things like that are just complete fluff and that don't really do anything. Hey, Dr. Zombiecraft. They're good. We're in the final. Sligo got to the semis as well of the Champions League and got FM'd to an extent, you might say. Wanky Bedtime needs to chill. Chill out, Wanky. There we go. Taking over a job in the relegation battle, Enrique. Yeah. No, it'd be perfect. You get like the welcome to club screen and all you hear in the background is not the burp. You don't hear a burp. That right there is the soundtrack to FM 23. What I was going to say is you load in and it's just, would you dance? But no, the burp is way better. That's what we need. If that isn't an FM 23, I'm not buying it. Oh. Spotify stream. Yeah, pretty much. All we need is the burp. I want a burp version of the Champions League anthem. Well, that's going to enter the compilation, isn't it? Thank God I haven't finished making that yet. Oh. Wow. That actually gave me a headache. I don't know why. Maybe I haven't drunk enough. That's what you need. See? I know what's best, obviously. Give me some Harold. Oh, yeah, Harold time. Right. Let's do a Harold. Let's do the Harold. Let's get a bit of Harold out of the way first. You can cover up for my burp on a 5 and a 4 and a 3 and a T and a Juan. And off we go.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
True facts. True facts. Right, let me just, how loud was this? Like the welcome to club screen, and all you hear in the background is not the burp. Like the welcome to club screen, and all you hear in the background is not the burp. That was so loud. The problem was, the reason that was so loud is because I just leant down close to the microphone so I could say, "Would you dance?" But now we've got 2 clips. We could double it up. Oh, Jesus. Oh, there's a lot. Yeah, so when I type in burp, we get 1,900 players, including the Dundee United manager and that annoying striker that scored against us for PSG. We have fun. We do. We have fun. Start of a Cannibal Corpse song. I assume a lot of you have seen those TikToks where it's like the start of every metalcore breakdown. It's just someone with like with a straw in a cup with like no drink in the bottom of it, and you just see this sort of makes me laugh. I have a good time. We have fun. Pushkas Arena ready for Champions League final. Hungary hasn't. Why is that relevant? It's like, here's a fun fact about Hungary. I was expecting one of those like Eurovision cutaways. How many games is it until the final? Oh, there's plenty of games left. We might even be able to sim a few here actually and get. Basically, what I'm saying is we might be able to do extra stuff here. That way, I have to do less off stream. Imagine. So I can go for my run slightly earlier. Plus, I think there was something I was supposed to do later, and I can't remember what it was. World-class player from Liechtenstein. Yeah, he's really good. He came through at Young Boys. He's legit excellent. Shit, I was supposed to put Jizzy in that team. He's very, very good. He's been all around. We did look at him a few times, but he was always just slightly out of the price range and didn't seem good enough. And obviously, he has developed into something fantastic. What the hell? That was a scrapey ass victory against Waterford of all people. Oh yeah, we've got some lookups too. We've got Wayne Whitty, who I believe is our player. In fact, is he not? But I mean, you'd have to be Whitty if you're from Limerick, right? Just to get the limericks right. We did Pogba, we did the Bishops, we did the. I'll refund the burps. Knew you had to burp again there. Oh. This guy's actually, I mean, he's fine, isn't he? He's not spectacular, but then no one's really spectacular in this team compared to Jizzy. And where's the other guy gone? He's on loan at Waterford, I think. Or is it Drogheda? Yeah, Arne Johansson. Sorry, Jonasson. Started 12 games in the top flight, but he's actually a pretty solid player. He's got 8 under 21 caps for Iceland. He's actually turned into a really solid young player as well, actually, as it goes. He's just never going to be as good as compared to Jizzy. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Does that mean Christensen's going to miss the Champions League final? He didn't say he would. I think we might be okay. Oh, no. He's gone. Christensen's going to miss the Champions League final. Who the hell starts? Do we do Valev on the left and then Bilbia on the right? It might have to be. It might have to be Bilbia, yeah. Because Trotter's obviously on loan at Sligo now. And thank God he was, but Jizzy. Jizzy's certainly getting on the bench, that's for sure. No injection. I don't think you can take an injection that late. Oil up, Jizzy, we're coming in. We'll just put Christie on crutches, it'll be fine. We'll give him all the injections. Just fill him full of morphine and we'll get cracking. Oh, new contract as per. What do you reckon? Jizzy to come off the bench and score the winner? Can see it happening. Inquire. Fine. Sickety boo. Hang on, we got players on international duty in the middle of May.
You know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh yes, very soon.
Oh, how's it going, chat?
They are building it now.
It's all got a little bit wrong here, isn't it? So Manea probably not gonna play through the middle. So that's our top striker and one of our best centre midfielders. FM is determined to break the curse of Bella Gutmann here, isn't it? So that's 2 of our starting 11s gone. Good. So that means Thijs Fries is starting the Champions League final. Because it's going to have to be Bilbia and Fries that will come in for these two. Manea, of course, scorer of the winning goal in the previous Champions League final. Jepanurup, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well. Madrid. Nah, Madrid's not good enough for that really yet. It'll have to be Tribovic, Ramos sat behind with Thijs Fries here. And then Bilbia with Valev. We'll decide which way round. ED7 out of retirement. How old is old Emmett these days? 43-year-old Emmett Doran. We'll get him out of retirement. No problem. Another coaching course for you, Emmett. One day you'll be not trash. He will. He will remain trash. But that's fine. He's our Emmett. He brought us Manuel Jizzy. It's all good. So, Manea out of Champions League fight. What? No. Could this day get any worse? Thijs Fries has now decided to retire. Jesus Christ. Still younger than Dave Mulcahy. Oh, right. Okay, we've got to reconsider this. Although we can recommend staff role failing that. Or can you? Does this fuck you? If you say reconsider retirement and he doesn't do it, does that then remove this? We've got to ask him to reconsider first. If I then click recommend staff role, does that then cancel out the retirement thing? Fuck it. Oh, wait, no, because as a coach, please. Oh, sod of. That's a different conversation. It's the same conversation we've had multiple times. So that's fine. That's basically what it's triggered. Is it's triggered that advice one you get every few months. So it's not too big of a problem, I don't think. We just have to hope that he eventually. We have to hope that we hit the right button, basically, until he retires. Hopefully he won't. Man's still got ages left on his deal. I'm certain of it. Look, he's got 3 years left on his contract. He's very soon to turn 37. He's got the natural fitness for the role. You're going to play in a Champions League final, Thijs. I want to keep him going as long as possible. I'm going to put him in a bubble. Watch him get a hip injury in a minute as well now. And he's leaving millions. To be fair, Thijs Fries has never cared about the millions. Thijs Fries, as far as I'm aware, has never once complained about wanting to leave the club for a bigger club. He's like Fernando Ovalar was back in the day, where he would always just say, no, I'm not interested in talking to them. He's 37, not 87. Oh, you know, stairs are dangerous. Right, what's this team going to look like then? So, yeah, I think it will have to be that, because Bilbia's good on left foot, which means, and he's got the speed. Well, some of the speed. Actually, yeah, it'd have to be Bilbia, I think. It's going to have to be Bibi and Valev, then with Fries there, Ramos there, and then the rest of them as and when. God damn. I still reckon he can score in a Champions League final. Plus, now is a good time to get Bilbia some football, honestly. Because he needs to get some match sharpness over the next couple of weeks if he's going to even be fresh and ready for the Champions League final now. God, it was all going so well for us up until the start of that second leg. Actually, no, up until the semi-finals, things were looking pretty fresh. I know we're in a final, but the slight... Hey. Jesus Christ. Is his name Pat Duffy? Of course it is Pat Duffy. He couldn't sound more Irish with a name like that. Wait, Dimitrov played? I love that. Man has just made his debut. He signed for us 9 years ago. That was his first ever appearance for Treaty in 9 years. At least we haven't lost, I suppose. But we're certainly never getting that invincible season, that's for sure. Main defense right midfielder. Oh, for God's sake. I think I want Bibby to start as many games as I can now until we get close to the final. Oh, God. It's time for that every 3-week discussion. It is very hype, actually. For information member of this club. There we go. They go from confrontational to like a little puppy in like two messages. Oh, now Scovely's injured himself for Shamrock Rovers 2. How long does Thias Freeze take to reconsider? I forget how long it takes them normally to actually come up to a conclusion. I don't think I've ever once had a player say reconsider it, though, which is the most annoying thing. Which then gives us the rest of the season to try to find the right combination of letters to get him to stay, as a staff member at least. The only luck we then have is that potentially he would choose to be a staff member afterwards, which doesn't happen very often. I don't know whether he can or not, actually. Thias Freeze. No, leadership course. And I can't talk to him about that again yet. I wonder how long it's going to take him. Yeah, I can do that. So what I might do, because like I said, it's the... Hang on, let me just set the dates. Yeah, so the 8th of October. That'll be the final stream, that Saturday. And that one could be any length of time, honestly, because we're going to do an entire... whatever the rest of that season is. And then after that, I can put the save file up as it is from whatever state. And then I can do the looking forward simming for the 50 years. Has he said long-term? I don't think he's had anything in his long-term plans at all. Plans to retire there. Considered a management's proposal. Yeah. Should end a save for Three's retirement? I mean, I could, but then we'd have like 3 weeks of no streams. And I kind of need to do my job. Right. Boom. Also, earlier when we were talking about like me and YouTube stuff, I hope I didn't come across as like a dick when I was saying that like in order to do like backload videos like that, I would need time that doesn't exist. I hope it didn't just sound like I was being like, oh, you know, because that's not my intention. It was just basically trying to explain that it is very difficult to backload with the current rate of videos I make at the moment. They're more than usual. Oh, that's fine then. Fade to black. Just pops up and I'm now manager of Longford. 3 goals for Bogdanov as well. Cheeky. Worries me that Bibby's not scoring in these games. Even though he's usually very good in front of goal. Only moderate peen. It's the best kind, mate. I just can't wait to be done with this. It does feel like this stuff gets worse and worse the longer you go into a save. Hang on. Don't feel as my important to the team is being recognised properly at the moment. Feel deserve to be afforded the status if it benefits an important player here. Sorry? Fringe player. Your agreed playing time is fringe player. So why would that be the what? Well, you see, when I tried to drop him, he complained, you see. Good lord. Fighting the transfer agent? Well, at that particular point, that's fine. That's the main thing. I don't mind coming across as a dick when I'm trying a bit. Oh, for God's sake. So Thias Freeze is retiring at the end of the season. Not only does he have that, he also has... Oh, I thought he had an extension clause. The next manager, but Thias Freeze is just such a legend. Made a live stage at an event. Would you play with an audience live? I mean, if that was possible somehow, I see no reason why not. But I just don't think anyone would turn up. Particularly if I was the attraction. I swear there was a boat clause. So an extra few years. Well, I was probably going to go to about 20, depending on what year we finish in. It was going to be about 2,102 probably. It's usually, I'd usually do about 50 seasons. It depends on the time it takes though. It's going to be a lot of overnight sims basically. I could just run it the entire time I'm away, but I don't really trust that. Wait, have we got an international break? Oh no, there's the final. Fuck. I thought we were going to have an international break prior to the final, but we don't. The final's in like 4 days. So rotate for Dundalk. And then get cracking. Make EDC a custom head of youth development. Now that I can do. That is not a problem. But potentially, if we're... What I could do... How about this? I'll make a deal. In the MTK Budapest save, if Thighs Freeze is going to be the manager, Emmett could be the head of youth development. But what I'll do is I'll take away the current head of youth development, but I'll make Emmett the same quality as their current head of youth development. So that way it's not like cheating. It'll be the same player, but it's the same exact stuff, except for like with Emmett Doran's like personality stuff. Methodicus, thank you for the follow. Or we could make him how he is in this game. It's up to you. We could use the same attributes in this one and just carry him over. That's also fine. I'm okay with either. I don't think it would make that much difference. Okay, make home. Yeah. Same. What? So we could have him so he's the same attributes as now because he's not actually any good now. Other than he's working with youngsters. Because I feel like it wouldn't be that much of a stretch for us to sign someone of this quality at MTK without basically instantly. So whatever he looks like at the end of the save, before we finish, that's not the looking forward bit. We can make with the same attributes on FM23. Yeah, that would make more sense, actually. Obviously, I'll have to make it so that his birthday is like 29 years older, so that he remains the same age. It's probably going to be a downgrade to whatever the current head of youth development is anyway. So I don't think we'd have any trouble with... And to be honest with you, at that point, chat, because of the fact that we're going to be editing the game pre-game with those slight changes, we're always going to have the occasional person that comes in and is like... And I'm just like... I just don't care anymore. I'm more interested in having a fun save with you lot than sticking to whatever that is, you know? Right, so Bibby cannot start here. So Jizzy will. We'll have Jizzy Bello. As long as you're open about it. Oh, well, I'm going to do a changelog video. I'm going to do a whole video, which is going to be like a... It won't be like a published one. It'll be like an unlisted one that you can see. That will actually go through all the changes we're going to make to the database and why we made each one of them. That's the plan anyway. So you'll see exactly what we changed. Every single change. Do a scene. Don't know how that would work in the stream stuff, but Madrid, Cedeno, Navarro, Mamani, Kvetic, and Bremer. Yep, that's going to be the final game. Sick. Might as well play this one since we got Benfica at the weekend. See if we can get into this time. Yep, sick. Tickety boot. Yeah, we don't need another stat app, do we? Luckily with Blue Star. The only thing I'm going to have to change with Blue Star would be the league they're in. So it means that the Blue Star save might technically take place a year into a save to give me like reason why they're in the 10th tier, not the 11th tier kind of thing. Edits we plan in. So we've got things to do with like the transfer biases of the clubs to stop them from doing what Irish clubs do, where they basically refuse to sign outside of Irish and UK teams for the most part. Things to do with like potentially even the developed nation status of Hungary might have to change. Infrastructure, things like that. Things that won't affect the save in the meantime, but will affect it like 20 seasons in when it should have been developed, but it won't do because of Football Manager. Things like that, basically. But that's, yeah. Don't comes back. I mean, honestly, if people want to say that, that's fine. But like, I don't really consider that cheating. I consider that, at the end of the day, it's stuff that we would have had to have done because the game can't do it itself. You know? Yeah, it was all along. Yep. To be fair, when have you ever actually seen me on Nomads doing the voice? There's always stuff on the screen. You never know. Peter Ork. Thank you for the follow. If you have enjoyed today's stream and you're new and you tuned in through the insane Sligo run, drop a follow. We've got big plans for next year with Hungary to do the same kind of thing, but hopefully on a bigger scale. Because I think those Hungarian sides will be way more equipped to be able to actually achieve what we want. The fact that we'd have teams like Ferencváros and Puskás Academy who have done good things in Europe in other saves I've seen without any kind of prodding. And I think, just think what we could do with those sides. Orion, thank you so much for the follow. Sponsored by Hungry Hippos. There's so much. And we can also have them with Hungry Hippos. Have to create a nation to the max. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't actually ever touch the dynamic youth rating because I don't think it would matter for the save, thankfully. To be fair, also remember, we've also got the issue of potentially the loan rules as well. So that might be something else we'll have to change too. Because we won't be able to pull the save off if the loan rules are as draconian as they could potentially be. And if we find out that's going to affect us too, then we'll have to turn that off somehow. That's going to be offside. What a save! Hungry Homer? To be fair, Emmett did grow up in Rochdale. So he may well be Irish, but he actually came through an English club, played in Scotland for a while before joining Treaty United. And yet somehow still counted as homegrown Irish. Which I still find very, very strange that, because he never played an Irish. Half with the 26 months. Muffin Man, take it away.
Wow. 26 months watching this pussy little bastard man named Matt play with this pussy little Irishman. I am ashamed. Beat me daddy for my sins. Anyway, keep up the good work I suppose. On D for the manager. Crow for life. Viva Crow. Blam ruine can suck my funny ball. Love to the family.
Was that meant to be furry balls, Harv? But I'm a huge fan of funny balls. We've all got funny balls. Well, we've not all got funny balls. Some of us have funny. Viva Crow. I need to find my mouse pad. Maybe I should get a new mouse pad in honor for FM23. I don't know who I'd have on it. First sponsor for... It would have to be a meme. They're always... Nightman always chooses kits based on memes. I think we'd have to just let it occur naturally. We'll have some like really classy ones to start with, and then we'll see what memes appear. I don't know, honestly, Usual Suspect. They kind of just release it as and when, right? Thanks to Manscaped. No, I don't know if that code even works anymore. But you can get money off of FM23. Nightmane's about. He's here more than you think. Oh, should we get Pog on? Let's put Pog in. Bit of Hustad. Wow, Jizzy's just really struggling, isn't he? It's almost like we're preparing him to be something he's not. Maybe a bit of Alaska. Oh, that's the same role. It's the same role. Great segue. I know, innit? Emmett and Thighs shaking hands. No, shaking thighs. Just clapping them cheeks. My Tasty Kitchen. How many of our players in history of the server are actually Irishmen? Yeah, most of them are. Most of the Irish national team is just naturalised players we brought in on loan. So young and fresh, I know. I was a lot skinnier 26 months ago, that's for sure. Battered old meat. This is a goal. Wait, he didn't shoot for some reason. Blame, ruin, and nominative determinism. Tesco Mega Parking, but there you go. Sorted. Yeah, I mean, all I know is when I started streaming, I was a lot skinnier. That's for sure. When I see the very, very old clips from like the uni out days, I'm just like, oh mate, you looked all right there. What you doing? Sebastian has a... I think he'd have to be Thighs Freeze, just because that's what he's known as. We've always known him as Thighs Freeze. The big fraud. Massive fraud that lasted 19 seasons at the club. Oh, if he could have just stayed a few more, we could have had a second testimonial for him. I don't know if everyone would actually allow you to do that. But imagine if we'd got him 2 testimonials. Streaming bad for your health. It's not the streaming part, it's the sitting on my arse and not doing anything part. It's the fact that I stopped running when COVID came around. That part's what really did it for me. If I'd have just kept doing it with the schedule that I have now, I'd have been fine. I was training for a fucking half marathon. Now look at me. Existing is bad for your health. Notoriously so. Found a Pog. This is the thing, though. My weight's fluctuated horrendously over the past decade. Basically. Because of that. Not because of that. It's just one of those things where you feel comfy. Like, I was up to, like, my heaviest when I was really ill. Like, before I stopped doing YouTube the first time, I was really heavy. But then I went right down to, like, I think I lost about 5 stone. And I was in really good shape. But not like I used to do all the... With the exercise bike FIFA that I used to do. I was in outrageous, like... I was very skinny. Whereas... when COVID came around, I was probably about a stone heavier than that, but I was in really good shape because I was running every day. Like, I'd go out and knock out 8 miles in the morning and be cool and come back and record videos. Whereas, yeah, now I can... I'm going to go do 4K after stream today. Like, I'm training for a 10K at the moment, and I'm lucky. My aim for the 10K is to go under an hour and 15 minutes. My PB time at a 10K is 52 minutes. So if I'm only 23 minutes slower than my personal best, I'll be happy. Pog's muscle. That's it. Pog is all the abs. I don't need to have muscle when Pog's got the abs, right? Punishment exercises. Yeah, if I had room for that, Stewie. Maybe when I move. Eventually, one of these times. Getting round is the achievement. I know. It's I want to do a park run again lately. Plus, I'll be able to do park runs in FM23 because I'll be streaming on Sundays instead of Saturdays. So that's going to be fun. I'll actually be able to go 2 park runs. I do remember I actually did a park run once before a stream, I think it was. No, it can't have been. I wouldn't have had time for that. Must have been on the day I took a weekend off. So underweight, really? Yeah, I've never been underweight as far. Actually, that's not true. I probably was underweight when I was about 17. I lost a lot of weight to the point where my friend was like worried about me. Like, I was like, yeah. We could all do park runs together. There you go. We'll do a meet-up, and it's just us going to a park run. We could do, I don't know, there's one in Cambridge probably. I've never been to it. Could do squats, actually. True. Oh. I'll tell you what, I had the best fucking run. I had one of those runs on Sunday. Like, I'd just taken Pog to the station. A warm exercise close, so I'd have no excuse to get back into bed when I got home. I went out on my run, and about a kilometre and a half in, I just sort of started daydreaming about stuff to do with Blue Star. And then I literally, my watch vibrated, and I'd done the 5K, and I was like, well, fuck, I don't remember any of the ensuing 3.5 kilometres. But I had so many ideas flowing around in my head during that, but it was amazing. That happens like every 1 in 100 runs for me when I just zone out entirely. It was so fun. We're going to lose in base Sal, aren't we? Interest being shown to him from elsewhere. Fuck's sake. That could be a problem. It's really good. Yeah, it doesn't happen very often for me. I had it happen once on a 10 miler. That was really nice because it can get boring on a 10 miler, even with a podcasting or something. But I zoned out for a good 7 or 8 kilometers of it. It was brilliant. I think I can convince him to come around, hopefully. If I had more room, I'd totally do stuff like that. Half marathon around a fun fair and beat my best mate. Bear in mind, I haven't run since structure. Hey, it's never too late to start. Seriously. I would, honestly, if you're like, oh shit, I just don't think I can do that. Couch to 5K is the answer. Honestly, it is brilliant. I never did it, but I wish I did. Pog did it. I got my mum to do it. It's fantastic. That's a recruitment meeting. Would highly recommend it, even though I've never done it myself. It will just get you. It's not even about the time. It's more about getting you to run for X amount of time rather than the distance. So by the end of it, you should be able to run for 35 hours. The lamppost method as well. That's the very Mark Lewis thing to say. There was a book I read by a guy that did that exact thing, the lamppost method. It was something to do with ducks. Run like a duck. That was the book. That was 34. It was great. Yeah, there you go. It's perfect. Yeah, we're playing Benfica in the final, yeah. Can't get to the couch. It's... You need to have goals as well. Like, I found that when I was just doing running for no reason... Let me just save it here because we're literally out of the game nearly. I found when I was just running for no reason... Not for no reason. I was obviously running to get fitter. But when I was running without, like, a defined goal... It struggled. So last year when I picked up running again last year around this sort of time, in late August going into September. And by Christmas, I got my 5K down back under 30 minutes again. From like 40 plus. But after that... I didn't have a defined goal, and Christmas came around. I stopped running because I was like, oh, I can take a couple of days off for Christmas. And then I spent like a week playing Red Dead Redemption 2. And that didn't help. And obviously that was during my tiny little Christmas break. But then when I came back afterwards, I couldn't seem to find myself any kind of goal. And that was a big issue. And then I came back again early this year in like May, and I struggled for the same reason. But this time around, it took my mate coming to me at like 2 in the morning and being like, hey, do you want to do this 10K with me? And me going, yeah, I'm in terrible shape. Let's fucking do it. And I had like 11 weeks to train for it. And I'm in week 2 now of the training. Well, it was an 8-week program I'm doing, so I'm technically like week 4. But like of the actual program, I'm in like week 2 of it. But I'm feeling motivated because I know that I'll look like a dick if I can't do that at the end of it. So that reminds me, I need to actually message him to make sure he signed up for the damn thing. But it's just... You just need that goal. Sign up for a race before you even start doing it. That way you know that you have to do it, because otherwise you'll look like a dick when you go to the race, and it will just make you motivated to do it, because you'll just feel like, oh shit, I've got this commitment now. And I think that's the best way, particularly if you've had to pay for the race as well, and then you get a nice medal like one of these. Although most of those are Pogs, actually, other than like, I think only 2 of those are actually mine. There's like the rugby half marathon one, and then the Tromsø one with the Aurora Borealis on it, which is actually fucking sick. Speaking of Tromsø, actually, it's a bit of a niche one. Don't know if any of you watched the latest Grand Tour, the Scandi Flick one. They were in fucking Tromsø. In that. They didn't mention it, but they were in Tromsø, which was awesome. I was seeing things, I was like, I recognise that. Yeah. May you see it, let's have a look. No, the football pitch they were on was in Lofoten. I'll explain in a sec. So this was the Tromsø one that I got. with the Aurora Borealis on it, which is actually really nice. I've got a really nice shirt too, but I just can't wear it because it's too small. So, no, you know when James has that accident? Well, those shorts, that's my running shorts. So when they went to... I thought it was okay, actually. I thought it was one of the better ones they've done lately. To me, it was actually the best one since the boats. But, yeah, it was the bit when when James had that injury and he went to hospital, the ambulance, first he said Tromsø on the side of it. Secondly, it's my running ass, damn straight. And then, you know when the next day when Hammond and Clarkson were driving through that town and across that bridge, with that big bridge behind them, that bridge is the bridge from Tromsø over to Tromsdalen, and to the right of them would have been the Fjellheisen cable car thingy. So that all was in Tromsø. They didn't actually mention it, but that's where they were. So I presume James was in hospital in Tromsø or somewhere nearby there. Just after they went to the submarine base. Oh, yeah, I really like this medal, actually. Polar Night Half. God, January 4th, 2020. It's mad how long ago that already feels. Yeah, it's important to keep things interesting. Like, I always listen to a podcast when I run, and that usually keeps me going. I'm going to go, literally, after this, I'm going to go listen to football cliches. So that's going to be fun. So anyway, we're just sitting here chatting now. This is probably going to happen a lot more, I think, in FM23. I feel like I might start streams in full face cam and actually just chat before we actually get going properly, because we kind of just do that anyway. From Paris to Rotterdam? Really? Holy shit. How far is that? That must be an insane distance. I couldn't even fathom trying to do something like that, honestly. 512k. What, all on foot? Insanity. Oh, I know who we're going to raid. Yes. Hang on, let me just make sure there's... Yeah, get to raid Foxy. Press continue, please. I want a group of 8 watts, so you do like a little bit each time. Like, you swap over. Speaking of running, we're going to raid the Arch Runner. The Arch Runner? That sounds strange. So, bear in mind, Foxy has one of these as well. He has the same medal I do, because Foxy and I did the race together. He did it a lot faster than me, and looked a lot happier when he was doing it. He was coming back one way, and I was jogging up towards the airport, and he was just like, not even breaking a sweat, just doing Foxy things. Fox in the box, FM. Oh, dear. Show us your... Ask him if he's got his Tromsø medal, his Borealis medal. I'm curious to see if he's got it knocking about. I bet it's Foxy. Of course he does. He's probably got it stuffed in his pants. Oh, yes. Yeah, I literally just finished listening to the latest Dan Carlin one. What was it? The, Oh, fuck. The Blitz... No, the... Yeah, I know what you mean. Right, okay, so let's go raid Foxy now so I can stop blabbering on. Thank you for joining me today, friends. We've got Champions League final on Thursday. That's going to be pogged up, even if we're going to be missing a few players. I still think we should have the better of Benfica. It can hopefully... Supernova in the East. I think there was another one after that. There was a mini one. I will see you guys on Thursday. Hold your gun, Capybara. Ask Foxy about his Borealis.